morning, ladies and gentlemen. After the second half started from Chennai, we are here in Coimbatore for the second leg of the PGTI calendar 2023. Here we are at the city of Coimbatore. Beautiful statue of the Adi Yogi on your screens at the moment, which is one of the main attractions for tourists to come to Coimbatore. Beautiful golf course, which had its foundation laid in 1977 by a very ardent golfer, Mr. K. Rajagopal, for Coimbatore, who, along with his friends, was wanted to play golf close to the city and not go all the way to Wellington and Ooty. A brief history on how this golf course came about.
I was actually I was there when it was being laid. My father was posted in Wellington at that time, and I saw it. And Mr. K. Rajagopal, he was probably the most, I would say, golf fanatic I've ever come across. And initially, they had a huge water problem, I remember, and they should actually get water tankers to come to the golf course to water just the tee box and greens.
That's true. I set foot on this golf course for the first time. That was with you, Amit, back in '93, along with Mr. Rajagopal. I think they had just completed finishing their back nine, reconstructing the back nine greens, and I can hands down say this was one of the prettiest golf course I had ever played in India, and the greens were something to watch out for. On your screens, Pukhraj Singh Gill.
Yeah, Pukhraj comes from Ludhiana. His brother is also a pro golfer, and his father used to be a really good hockey player.
So I guess sports runs in the family.
Yeah.
For Pukhraj. Strong young fellow. Just waiting for the fairway ahead to get cleared up.
Hole number one is a 300-yard par four dog leg, right? You want to hit it around 230, 240 off the tee. They'll leave you close to 100, 10 yards to the hole.
If you look at the scorecard, the golf course is only 6,600 yards odd. But believe you me, this golf course can be a terror once the wind starts blowing. That's why I've always maintained if anybody wants to play on the European tour, this is the golf course to get your windy teeth on.
This is probably a golf course where people will choose long iron or hybrid, because important to keep it long. So you see a long iron of the tee, easy to keep your iron lower compared to a hybrid.
Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh Golf Club, he's got 10 victories under his belt, has been a professional for almost 2 decades now. Also choosing to go with an iron off the first.
You can hug the wind generally the left, hurting a bit. So you want to hug the left, and wind is really strong. It's to the point where sometimes it's audible. It's that strong.
That hole on the right is, as you can see, is guarded by out of bounds just off the right. Everybody prefers to be, like Amit said, hugging the left side of the fairway.
Yeah, you just if you don't hit it par 250,
Coimbatore Golf Club can bare its teeth. I think it starts baring its teeth around 10 o'clock or so, 10:30. That's when the wind picks up. And once the wind picks up, boy, this golf course can really put you down on your knees. Beautiful aerial view.
yeah, because they had barely enough water. They were just watering the tee boxes, the landing areas, and the greens. That's about it. And
I remember, like you said, Amit, there was a huge water problem initially when they had started, when they acquired the golf course. And you're right, they had to bring in tankers. And I remember Mr. Rajagopal personally seeing through this entire project. God rest his soul.
He later
The,
his son
Gopi
Gopinath
at the moment.
and Gopinath's very good rally, well, from what I remember.
That's correct, and so was Mr. Rajagopal. I remember on his 72nd birthday, he set out to play 72 holes, and he completed that on this very golf course. 72 holes on one day at the age of 72. I think that is one remarkable feat.
Yeah, probably he and Mr. Thomas from Chennai were like the stalwarts of South India golf. You know,
I would second that. I would definitely second that. Originally, Amit, this golf course, it was leased from the jail authorities. And in Chettopalayam, the seeds of Coimbatore Golf Club were sown under the expert guidance of the one of the earliest professionals this country has ever seen, Mr. Simran Singh, whose son still plays golf, is a professional, Amritinder Singh.
yeah, he speaks Tamil because he was even raised up out here. So, Siddharth speaking Tamil fluently is quite.
You can't really put both of them together
Yeah,
somehow.
we're using the path.
For a year and a half now, usage of rangefinders has been allowed as long as there is no slope addition in it. Harinder Gupta's caddying making the most of it. If I remember correct, this whole very marginally goes downhill, right?
Very
Amit?
slight down.
Just a couple of yards.
Thing is, right? So yeah, it's kind of accessible because the wind's blowing into you from the left. So I can see a lot of balls coming close to the hole today. If it's a front right pin and the wind is left right, it's more accessible than left right left pin with that wind.
The green's getting a little marginally quicker than the first two rounds. The stimp meter running at 10 this morning. And by the looks of it, once the greens start to bake up a little, it might get to 10.5 during the day.
Gives you a very links kind of feel the golf other than the trees, but very waste area Pinehurst kind of feel to this golf course. It's got some waste area, it's got some trees, got some shrubs, and it's got fairway. So it's one of the next U.S. Open is going to be at Pinehurst #2, which is very similar to Coimbatore. So,
Ladies and gentlemen who have just joined in, welcome to the third round of the 2023 Coimbatore Open presented by KGiSL. We're progressing into the third round today. Conditions look quite nice actually, Amit, at the moment. I don't see much of breeze on top of the trees, but it is very likely to pick up as the day progresses. Harinder Gupta with his second on the short par 4 first.
it's a short lot of
I think the wind, probably a little bit of wind, little bit of breeze from the left.
it's bit of head left to right, but the wind hasn't picked up that much. You can see the flag is not
Just about fluttering, not really.
Um, like they say, it's made hay by the sunshine. This is the first 5 holes are going to be less windy for this group, so they should make full use of it.
Pukhraj on your screens. Most of the players would be looking to convert a couple of birdies on the short holes. Just comes up a little short.
Yeah, these fairways are tight, so sometimes you'll see a few balls come up short because uh, the ball ends up spinning too much off the club face.
Also, I think if the wind is a little gusty, it becomes that much tougher to judge the distance.
Yeah, it's always, and especially if you've played this hole when it's a little windier, and then when you come when it's less windy, are you sure that's not? I know second guessing yourself.
I'll have to agree with you on that one, Amit. Definitely.
And you see how close the out of bounds fence comes to the green. It's a dogleg ride, and precariously close out of bounds. It's you can only if you have a spectator on his motorcycle there. It's a little bit of a, I would say, Muirfield or Canvasfield look where the road of the village goes right through the golf course.
I think that's where the architect dangles a carrot for you. When you think it's a short hole, you want to go for it and you want to make a birdie.
And you can see the winds picking up now. It's more in the last minute or two.
The flutter on the wing on the flag actually tells you the story.
Abhijit Chadha from Chandigarh. He's one of the longer hitters on our PGTI. Married a professional golfer as well, right?
Got 3 professional victories. I remember his first came in Noida back in 2018, probably. The big hitting Abhijit Chadha. Playing alongside Karan Pratap Singh, who very recently had, in the first half, had his first victory in Chandigarh, having lost to Gaurav Pratap Singh the very week before in Noida in a playoff.
And Victoria. Uh, he has a really amazing story to him. He went to get enrolled in the Air Force and turned and somehow got the attention of an Air Force officer who it's a long story, but it's very interesting. We covered it on one of our interviews.
Beautiful morning here at the Coimbatore Golf Club. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live feed of the third round at the 2023 Coimbatore Open, presented by KGiSL.
And a bit low.
Just a small brief on KGiSL. It's a multi-product software enterprise company. We give you solutions for insurance, capital markets, and wealth management segments. They also are in artificial intelligence as well as analytics and data science. Karan Pratap Singh, fresh with a victory earlier this year, comes from Faridabad, practices at Aravali Golf Club as well as the DLF Golf Club in Gurgaon. Quite a meticulous young fellow. Has chosen, I think this is the first one we've seen so far, having chosen to go with a 3-wood here on the first.
This is the 840 tee time.
Beautiful swinger of the club.
Yeah, amazing rhythm. I watched him play we watched
Noida.
him play in Noida, and it was amazing. He maintained his rhythm so beautifully through the round. Got up to a bad start, but still close, really strong. Lost in the playoff, but
Shivinder Singh Sisodia, who has not had a win so far, but has been knocking on the door for a while. Professional in his 11th year. I've seen Shivinder go pretty low on few occasions. Goes as deep as 63s and 64s. Just needs to put in 4 rounds together to get his hands on that trophy.
It's not too far off. He's 4 behind starting today. You can see he used the left side of the tee box. That means he definitely wants to work it left, right to left into the wind.
All of them walking happily off the tee. I'm sure every one of them has found the fairway on the first here at Coimbatore Golf Club.
It's on a dog leg and a hole where it's going right, and there's trouble on the right. Ideally, you would want to start the ball a bit left.
You can see the wind seems to be picking up the flags on the first tee, are blowing left to right. It's going to be an interesting day.
Well,
You can barely see the shadows. It's definitely overcast, which is pretty much the case almost.
Just to give you an idea how windy Coimbatore gets, on a certain time, the wind changes. Half the year it goes one way, the half the year it goes the other way.
That's correct.
And I have played the 16th hole par 3 with a 9-iron and a 3-wood.
I know
Same hole. So
that's why I've always said if you want to play on the European tour, this is where you come and
it
practice.
100 yards longer with change in wind. So, and for the when you're practicing out in Coimbatore, it's you might need earpods because it's the wind is audible, So, and
It can be really loud, yes.
Yeah, and I was asking someone, why is it so windy out here? So basically, it says it's Chettupalayam where the golf course is in the opening in the Palghats.
Yes, that's correct.
And so the wind funnels through the opening into the golf course.
Very faint shadows on the left half of your screen. There's a tree guarding the right side of the fairway.
Going back to when we first played here, Diggy, it's amazing to see the fairway so green. Because we've seen it almost the color of the rough.
There were hardly any fairways back in '93, but the greens were something to talk
I
about.
think you're the first winner of first ever professional tournament in PGTI tournament in Coimbatore, from what I remember. I remember you.
Ball tracker technology for you on the screens. Like Amit said, Shisodia must have moved it right to left, and he sure did.
You can see it from where the pro golfer places his tee on the tee box, what he intends to do. I think you are, from what I remember. It was 2008, if I'm not wrong, right?
I won in 2008. I don't know whether that was the first tournament or not,
Rahul
but
in a playoff.
that's correct.
Yes.
No, it wasn't a playoff, Amit.
On the last hole.
Yes, got lucky and I won. Yeah. Very interesting fact this year. We've had 9 different winners in 9 events so far, and let's see what happens this week. We have some newcomers.
Just shows you the depth of the competition.
Absolutely.
It could be anybody's league.
We had a young Sanit Bishnoi win last week at the TNGF Golf Club with a thumping record margin of 8 shots. Was it 8 shots over Jamal?
He had a really.
He just ran away with it.
Good. Something like a Victor Hovland victory with the 62, I think, he shot last day.
64. Yeah, short of 64. As you can see, the sport is getting younger and younger by the day. I remember back in the day, the winners were coming from the age groups of between 30 to 40. But these youngsters have just taken the sport to the next level, with winners as young as I remember Shubhankar won when he was 17, and now a 22-year-old Sanit, also a winner on the Asian Tour. I beg your pardon, winner on the PGTI.
Yes, Abhijit Chadha, again, the wind is really gusty, so there'll be a lot of misjudgment as far as how much the wind's going to affect the golf ball. We have 3 first-time winners this year so far. Karan Pratap Singh having won in Chandigarh, Sanhit Bishnoi in Chennai, and Sachin Bisoya, who won the first tournament of the year
at the Tollygunge Club. In your frames, one of the winners this year, Karan Pratap Singh, with his second on the first.
You can see how they're trying to keep it low into this wind. Perfect place to hit it. Left himself a uphill left to right putt from the looks of it. Perfect yardage. Probably one of the easiest putts you'll get on the screen. It's ideally you want to finish the ball somewhere between the center and the flag. Because that's where you're going to get the easiest putt from.
I think, Amit, similar kind of conditions. I remember, as far as the wind goes, minus the rain. I played quite a few times in Taiwan. I mean, the leader could be 5 or 6 shots ahead or 7 shots ahead. As anybody's tournament. If somebody was going out in the morning, could shoot the daylights out and shoot a low 63, 64 kind of a number, and still walk away with the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing is, if you get the brunt of the weather, then the scores go up. And early in the day, the wind tends to be calm. So this probably now is the time when it starts picking up. From what I remember, it's around 8:30 or so. From what I remember.
It could. I think this would be the time now, around 9 o'clock or something, that the wind should start bearing its teeth now.
And you can see on the screen on the big tree moving. It is windy.
It is windy, and now you can see the sun coming out a bit. The shadows getting more pronounced. Looks like only Karan Pratap has found the green with his second. That can't be his tee shot, is it? He went with an iron, so I'm assuming that's a.
No,
he's
I think
chipped it out.
No, he underclubbed it or mishit it.
Okay.
The next group is Om Prakash Chauhan, Harshjeet Singh Sethi, and Saptak Talwar. Two youngsters with an old stalwart. So
Very recent win on the
European Challenge Tour, right?
on the European Challenge Tour at the KGA Golf Club in Bangalore. Om Prakash comes from Mau, plays and practices at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club in Ahmedabad.
He's from Mao. There's another very famous golfer, Mukesh, who's probably the one of the most amount of tournaments. Very similar technique. I guess he's seen him growing up.
I'm sure Om Prakash saw Mukesh Kumar growing up and probably took to the game looking at his childhood hero.
Harshjeet Sethi next on the tee, and he's probably the tallest on the PGTI.
He's definitely the tallest golfer, standing at 6'6".
Has had a very good year so far, so hopefully things will turn around now.
Talented young man from Delhi Golf Club. Staring it down.
Looks like he's just a bit to the right in the look of it. And the third person in this group is Saptak Talwar. Did a lot of his did college golf in the US. Played on the Canadian tour for a year. Yeah, his father is we have in the last decade or so, there's a junior tour which is called Albatross. His father is the founder of that.
So he's definitely a product of the Albatross Tour.
Yeah.
As you can see, the sport is getting younger and younger. I think the average age so far we've seen in the last three groups has not been more than 24, 25. That speaks volumes about the sport.
Another thing is, technology has allowed a lot of older players to stay in the game also. You have Lucas Glover on PGA Tour. He's winning at 43. He's has two back-to-back wins. And then the next week comes in Victor Hovland, who's 22 years old. So like there's 2 decades between both of them.
I think the best example would be Phil Mickelson having won at 51.
So golf is such a inclusive game. It's for every age. It's for various. You don't have to be great at golf to enjoy it.
Like you said, technology is changing the sport. I surely agree. The ball is going further as compared to the ball that we started playing with, the Tour Balata. And the clubs are far more forgiving. The drivers, they don't, the present day driver does not put too much of a side spin on the ball, so the ball actually stays in play. And back in the day, I remember if you could fly the ball 250 yards, you were amongst one of the longer hitters with that persimmon wooden driver.
Yeah, I have one of those lying in. I sometimes use it as my weighted club to practice with, and it's amazing how much shorter it goes.
Yeah, the club head used to be much smaller as compared to what we use today. The modern day club, the modern day driver. The hitting surface, the sweet spot actually has become bigger.
And there's a phenomenon for those who are just starting off at golf and watching this. It's known as the coefficient of restitution. COR is how much. So it's like the trampoline effect. It's how much when you hit a golf ball, it compresses against the face, so it kind of loses its shape a bit. But if the face is really thin, and you can make it thin by using titanium, then the face compresses as well as the ball. So you get it comes out shooting. It's known as this. It's like a trampoline. So it's known as COR, and then modern day drivers have much higher CORs than the older ones.
Back on the second green, from behind, Pukhraj. It's another beautiful hole, the second.
They're really good design. This golf course has been designed, and with the trees, growing, and you can see the fairways have become much narrower than they used to be.
But Amit, I'd like to add that back in the day, the left half of the fairway was completely was shrubs and bushes.
Yes, yes.
So it's definitely become a little easier than what it used to be earlier.
Yeah, you have a shot now. Yeah.
You actually wherever you hit it on the left, you have some kind of a shot.
This would be
one of the toughest.
Yeah, because you needed to move it
slightly left to right,
but you didn't want to
overcook it,
or not undercook it. I would say it's straight, because it would go into a bush.
It could be either way, because it's guarded by out of bounds on the right, bushes on the left and out of bounds on the right. With his birdie attempt,
perfect speed there.
Couldn't have asked for.
That was Maru Muthu
from Bangalore.
Yeah, so good start for him.
Another very talented young man from the KGA Golf Club. I think KGA has produced the best of golfers to come out of the south of India, I'd say.
If you're a good player, and the golf course sponsors you. Yeah.
The likes of Khalid, the winner of Indian Open back in 2009, C. Muniappa, M. Dharma, again, another good player.
And
Rahil Ganji has shifted there as well now. Rahil plays there.
But another thing is that the rest of India gets the weather gets a bit hot in the summers. Bangalore doesn't. So
Trying to save his par, unlucky with that one. Pukhraj on the second. We'll have to settle with a 5 for a bogey.
yeah, looked a bit tentative on it. Not sure if he read the line correctly either.
These greens can have a little bit of grain, right, Amit?
Yeah, but
Wherever the water trails off from on the greens.
But out of all, it's been from what I remember, they were pretty true.
Very true greens.
They were true greens.
Very true greens.
We were made to see greens. Probably the first ones to use an imported Bermuda grass on them. It used to have the local Bermuda grass earlier. So
I remember Mr. Rajagopal talking about it, that they had to import the grass from all the way from America, and
yeah,
the quality of the grass that they wanted to plant here was not available.
he was so bad.
Very few people like him.
Yeah, he's probably
The chief referee, Mr. Sampachari,
he's not too far from home. He must be feeling it. It's about 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers from there.
the final pairing of the day on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Coimbatore Golf Club at the 2023 Coimbatore Open presented by KGiSL, N. Thangaraja, Manish Thakran, and Aryan Rupa Anand.
You can see ball flight of the tee shot. You can see everybody's trying to keep it particularly low so that the wind doesn't affect it so much.
N. Thangaraja, I can easily say, is one of the veterans on the tour now, with a few wins under his belt. Manish Thakran will be the first time winner if he gets his hands on the trophy. Aryan Rupa Anand.
Yeah, he as well. I don't think he's won yet, right?
Aryan won the qualifying school at Tollygunge Club in Calcutta in January this year. Fantastic player.
To play professional tour. And not just here, all over the world, juniors are now coming in and winning on their first year. We have Colin Morikawa, who won in his second year on tour. Victor Hovland, till 2 years ago, he wasn't a pro, and now he's ranked third in the world. And even Colin went up to the number 2 in the world.
Colin, having won two majors in the same year, was quite a revelation himself.
Yeah, so you can see the juniors are coming, and they're ready to win from the first year itself.
One of the joint leaders, N. Thangaraja,
You can see a little old-fashioned golf swing.
likes to keep the ball in play more than.
Uses his hand. He has his hand beautifully through the ball. He can, likes to move it.
Very interesting story about Thangaraja, Amit. He started his career as a tailor in Sri Lanka. Hats off to him, having come all the way, become a professional, and with 3 victories or 4 victories, I think there was 3 victories under his belt.
Yeah, this is Manish.
Co-leader, Manish Thakran. This is the final pairing of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
So Manish is probably in this situation for the first time. I'm sure he's going to learn a lot from today. Either way, good or bad, it's gonna be a really good learning experience for him. And that's Aryan Rupanand. He was the number 1 ranked amateur last year. Pro this year.
Manish had a fiery back nine yesterday with 5 birdies for a 31 and a 66, the low score of the day. Joint leader Aryan Rupa Anand on your screens. Beautiful golf swing Aryan has.
Yeah, looks like he's a bit left from what he wanted to be. It's Om Prakash. Swinging his birdie putt.
I think the temperatures are still quite all right. I haven't seen anybody pulling out a towel so far.
Green.
Greens look great, yes.
It's Harshjeet Seri lining up his putt. Looks like he on his left.
I mean, just a short while ago, when you saw Karan Pratap Singh having hit his second shot in the ideal position that you were talking about, made that putt, made an early move with a birdie on the first, moving on to 6 under. for the tournament.
That's, holding on 4-footer on the first hole, whether it's for par or birdie, it's always a good thing. It just settles your nerves.
Sets the pace for the day.
Just show up in the green more than anything else.
For an errant golfer, this golf course is extremely unforgiving. You literally have to fire darts, especially when the wind is on.
You need to be really solid ball. You need contact.
Good contact, and I think trajectory control is another a very important factor here at Coimbatore Golf Club.
Don't make good contact. You can't even control the trajectory very well.
As you can see, the wind is picking up now. The bib on Abhijit's caddy fluttering.
Yeah. Another thing is how you control the spin rate of the golf ball in windy days. It's important to, especially the headwind holes.
Lesser the spin, the better it is, right?
So
Lesser backspin, I'd say.
you're very good at it. Softer shots, Remember you being.
There was a time, Amit.
I remember you doing a lot of three-wood very softly and not trying to hit it too hard, and get the ball in play. It's a golf course where you have to actually learn how to play with what you have very well. So it's not like just bomb it and then take a club and hit it next. Because you can't just bomb every drive. You see a lot of people using different clubs off the tee.
So you don't have to be Samson the Gorilla.
Not yet. There's no jungles here either.
Karan Pratap Singh on the second. Another birdie attempt for early moves here at the Coimbatore Golf Club on day 3.
You see, he uses a line on his ball to align himself. It's meticulous about aligning it properly.
Coming back to the windy conditions, Amit, I remember one of the quotes from the all-time golfing greats, Jack Nicklaus. He says, swing easy when it's breezy.
Absolutely.
When breezy, swing easy.
Yeah.
Oh, they're making no mistakes, finding the right line. Karan Pratap with back-to-back birdies on first and second. That moves him to 7 under for the championship and 2 under for the day.
You can see that got a little bit of spring in his step also.
Confident young man, especially after that victory that came in Chandigarh very recently.
Yeah, putting is about not just about technique; it's about mindset. When you're on the putt, if you hole a few putts, the hole gets bigger and bigger, and you're just waiting for the next putt because you know you have a very good chance of holing it. And vice versa, if you start missing a few, then you're like, you get a little more anxious about things. You can see this one was carrying a bit of pace though, but the hole came in the way.
Yep. I think putting is a game inside the game itself.
Absolutely, there's this is where you finish things off, and it's
using the claw grip, making no mistakes.
Yeah, the first user of the claw grip was in competitive golf.
Chris DiMarco.
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, and everybody was looking at him
at the Masters.
And why is he gripping it like that? And then he putted his head off, and everybody started trying it.
Was that the same Masters where on the 16th Tiger
that's
chipped in for a birdie? 2005, I think.
But that whole tournament, and he had won a few tournaments before that using the claw.
Right after that, I think quite a few players took to that claw grip.
Putting is such an important part of the game because it can really make an average round look great. So this might be another version of the claw with maybe a bird claw, right?
Shivinder Singh Sisodia tidying up on hole number 2.
A little different right index finger position on the.
Is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Few holing putts when it's required the most. So according to me, the best putters in the world have been Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus, in that order. They were winning tournaments when they were holing putts to win tournaments.
Yeah, when they need the most, they know how to get it done. So that's what's I would say is a true test of their putting prowess.
True. I think again, putting is like I said, a game within the game.
You can see everybody's missed just the wind on the first hole. A lot of shots coming up short.
So I'm assuming it's blowing a little left to right and into, right? Tangaraja trying to get this close to save his par. That's disappointing.
Yeah,
That's not like him.
That's probably his strength. Should be
It normally is.
for a chip like that within 3 feet would be.
Most of the players in the last few group summit I've seen have come up short on the short par 4 first with their second shots.
I think the putt is also easier from the front, so they want to leave themselves uphill putt, and maybe sometimes you're between clubs also, as you know, already, so it's easier to miss it here than the other side because. Well, Thangaraja didn't give his playing partners anything to go by, so as far as the speed of the green goes.
For those who don't know, after the second round, the cut was the halfway cut was applied at 3 over, which has been one of the higher scores after 2 days this year. The wind surely playing the demon here at the Coimbatore Golf Club. As we progress into the penultimate round of the 2023 Coimbatore Open presented by KGiSL, the wind seems to be picking up. The final pairing on the first green, this beautiful
That's Aryan Rupanand with his
Thursday
birdie
morning.
attempt, giving it a lot of respect after seeing Manisha's ball roll by.
Like you said, it's just a matter of starting with on a positive note. First couple of holes, you can just find your feet, and then you can start firing at the flags.
Yeah, and people, there's so many statistics on how far somebody should, what is the holing percentage from a certain distance. But I always see there's a mental aspect to it. If I'm holing putts and I start off and holing a few putts, then the putts, then my holing percentage changes. As in, I get more confident about my putts, and vice versa. If I miss a 5 foot on the first hole or a 4 footer, and I'm second guessing myself, though it's the same person. Every day is a new day. You can't take yesterday into today. So I always feel it's the mindset is the most important thing. If you like Thangaraja on the first hole, he's hold a 6 footer.
That definitely sets the pace for him after that missed chip approach on the first.
Yeah, so
Something like that actually gives you a shot in the arm and boosts your confidence,
he said,
right?
okay, so even my bad chip I can still make par with. So it's a different. He's walking off this green,
Full of confidence.
Full of confidence. Yeah,
Manish Takran.
he's got a little bit of a tester. This one moves.
This
from left
green
to
can
right.
become quick top to bottom, right?
Yeah, you can see.
There, he's barely touched it.
Yeah, you can see he's
Beautiful.
it's perfect
Fantastic.
speed there. So that's why I guess everybody was leaving their second shot short. The green looked really far.
You want to find
from
yourself
front.
putting from front to back rather than the other way around. The wind's starting to pick up now. Just a tap in for a par for our co-leader. Making no mistakes there. Arun Rupa Anand.
Par's not a bad score on the first hole. It's birdie would be a bonus, but it's a hole which you want to take something positive out of.
Yeah, most definitely. Like I just said, I think it's good to collect a few pars in the first few holes. That just sets the ball rolling for you.
And
That's Thangaraja again, making no mistakes with that putt of his to save par on the first.
each giving it absolutely the right speed. Three different ways of making par from the same place. They had almost similar chips. Om Prakash Chauhan, look at what he has left on number
Hole
two.
number 2 now.
Yeah, left wind. So when you can see the wind bit.
So looking at the wind, Amit, it's blowing left to right as you stand on the tee. I'm assuming the next hole, the third, is going to play straight into the wind.
21 in from the left. Green again slopes drastically from back to front. Though there is a shelf at the back, from what I remember, you can see that you can see the difference in grain from the back shelf. It's so Archit can actually be aggressive with this because this is actually up him.
Right.
Using the claw as well.
That was close.
You
We don't really want to go that far past.
Into the grain and then went with the grain. So
But Amit, the last time when we played here, they've made a few changes from on hole number third. They've changed it to a par 4 from a par 5. I remember we played it 2 years in a row. I think we played it as a par 5, where you had to drive the ball between two palms. So they've changed it back to a par 4. That was way back. Then they changed it. Now they've changed it back. And again, the fourth hole I remember was a 190-yard par 3. They've cut it down and made it into a shorter par 3.
You can see that they're rolling really good. There's no bound ball. It's smooth and fast.
Making no mistakes, Om Prakash.
Perfect.
And another change that they've made is on hole number 5. They've changed it from a par 5 to a par 4. Remember, you used to hit it over the trees on hole number 5?
Yeah.
So they've made it into a par 4 now.
It's got palm trees in the middle also, right?
That's correct. The gentle giant on your screens, Harshit Sethi, trying to make amends for that overcharged putt on the second hole.
He must be catching more wind than the other players, though.
Anybody who has something to say will definitely catch more wind. Well read and well hold.
That should be a booster for him. Third member of this group, Saptak Talwar, planning up his putt now. So he's got a pretty good read from both his fellow competitors.
Yeah, Saptak, his last 2 rounds at the Coimbatore Golf Club here have been absolutely phenomenal. Cool, calm, composed young man. Saptak so far has not been able to get the better of hole number 10, which is a par 5. He's made 2 bogeys both days, first and second. And that's the only mistake that Saptak has made so far.
You can see with the wind, these small putts are really, and you see now the flag, even the flag stick is moving. There's putting becomes a big issue. You have to factor in, because the green is fast. You have to factor in the wind when you putt also. as in, if it's how much is gonna. So you have three factors on the green in Coimbatore. You have the slope, and you have the grain, which is the growth of the grass, which way is it growing, and the wind also. And
Yeah, the faster, the lower the cut on the greens, I think the more the wind is going to affect it.
absolutely. You'll see people taking more time on the green, trying to factor the wind in, because generally you're calculating two parameters, but with the wind up, the third parameter comes in, which is makes calculations a little longer.
The final pairing of the day, Aryan Rupa Anand, Manish Takran, and Thangaraja walking off with identical pars on the first.
We have one fast starter today, Karan Pratap. He's 2 under after 2.
Karan Pratap, Sachin Basoya, they both 2 under for the day, as well as Dipankar Kaushal making slow moves, 2 under after the first 6 holes, and 2 under for the championship. In your frames again, on hole number 3, this is a multiple winner on the PGTI, Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh. With the new rules in place now, Amit, you can pretty much tap down anything, any.
I remember the spikes were banned because
You can tap them down.
the spike marks, but now that the spikes, you can tap down the spike marks. I don't know, are we allowed to use spikes on the PGTI?
No, not yet. I think that's a rule most of the clubs follow, and the tour has to honor that. However, on the Asian tour as well as the European and the PGA tours, we play with metal spikes. I remember I played on the Asian tour for good about 10 years with metal spikes.
Actually, I was coming back to that. I think it's the metal spikes might actually aerate the greens.
I personally feel so. One, it gives you a good grip on the course, and definitely aerates the greens. It makes the job of the greenskeeper a little easier.
And you could see there, Harinder's putt just lacked a bit of pace, which just wheeled off at the end. Thangaraja coming out of the roughs, didn't get any purchase on the green. That's enough of green to work with for his chip, though.
I think ample amount of green. That's hole number 2.
Yeah, that's
With his approach, the final pairing of the day, that was Thangaraja. I beg your pardon, that was Saptak Talwar. See that ball, if it was back in the day, Amit, that ball would be in the bushes.
Yeah.
On the left half.
And Aryan Rupa coming from position A1.
In the background, you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that's hole number 6, the short par 4.
This is a really nice mix of left to right and right to left.
What a brilliant golf shot.
Yeah. So we're going to have a sole lead coming up, I think, in a bit, with Aryan hitting it close.
I'd say with that wind blowing left to right and the flag stuck to the left side, that's a brilliant golf shot.
Especially, Aryan likes to move it right to left, so it's probably one of the flags that he's going to be more comfortable going at.
Tapping in, that's Marimuthu on hole number 3.
See, Jevons lacked a bit of pace. Tying up what he has left, he's just he's coming out of the rough, so didn't get any purchase on the green.
Also, I think on the first hole he left it short. With his second, he didn't want to leave this one short.
It's such a funny game. You keep reacting sometimes to what happened before. It's probably fun game that wants you to stay in the present moment and see what you have in front of you, and
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Then done though.
I was just going to say that, Amit, although they say every book teaches you, every sports psychologist says that you have to stay in the present, but there is, after all, we're all human. You tend to go, get ahead of yourself, and there are times that you get off the subject for a bit.
This is a little bit of a scruffy lie. You can see there's it's a little shrubby grass. Making good contact from here would be the key to getting distance control. You can see he's putting it back in his stance so you can make good contact.
He's got brilliant hands, Amit Thangaraja.
You can see.
There you go, as demonstrated.
Yeah.
Brilliant hands.
His peers too, Rohana and see Prabhakaran, all of them have brilliant hands.
Not to forget Mithun Pereira.
And his father too.
God rest his soul. I got a lot of short game tips from Mithun's father, Nandasena Pereira, in Sri Lanka. One of the best short game players I've ever come across in my life.
I was reading somewhere, I think, articles we had shared with me, and do you know that why do we play 18 holes in golf? Why not 20? Why not 10? Why not 7? Why 18?
I think you should enlighten us all.
So it's a very funny story. When let's finish watching this putt first. Manish with his long birdie attempt on number 2. Moves a bit left to right, then at the end it comes back a bit. Good speed.
Although we've seen a couple of holes being, a couple of birdie putts being holed from that distance, from that line.
Yeah. So coming back to why 18 holes in golf. So it's a very funny story actually. Unlike what people think. One of the gentlemen who was in the committee of this Royal and Ancient Golf Course St. Andrews, he used to go out in the evening to play golf, and it was very cold. So he used to carry his hip flask with him. And
I think I know that now.
And he had this swig measure. That means every hole he used to take one swig to keep himself warm. And he should run out in 18 holes. So when they had a discussion on how many holes they should have, he says, I don't care how many holes you guys want to play. I'm going to play 18 because my hip flask runs out at 18. And that's how 18 came in. Unlike what people think, you couldn't imagine a story like that behind it.
Making no mistakes with that birdie putt on hole number 2, Aryan in sole lead at 11 under par after a par and birdie start on the first 2 holes of the penultimate round here at Coimbatore.
Manish with his par attempt, a bit left to right, making no mistake. Yeah, he hold a test on number 1, so probably his nerves have settled in.
I think the sun doesn't really bother him. He's got his cap the other way around.
It's a little bit of a rocky, over the top. The arm wrestling, remember, he used to turn his cap around and say, okay, I get my switch turns on when I turn my cap around.
I don't know, Amit. I'm not very comfortable with tapping in these small putts and having that flag in somehow.
I just feel it might hit and come back. So
I mean, it's in the back of my mind at least.
Yeah.
Making no mistakes here, Thangaraja saving that par from the back of the second green.
But I guess, at some level, if you look at the flag and you can't hit it too far.
True. That's true. You want to find either the left or the right side of the hole.
So it might be a good ploy to use the flag in when you hit a dying putt, because you have to hit it dying, right?
With his birdie attempt on hole number 3, multiple winner on the PGTI, Abhijit Chadda from Chandigarh.
Yep. Straightforward uphill, a bit from his right.
So I think the second hole is I beg your pardon, the hole number 3 is probably playing a little into the wind from the right. That's what it looks like, the way the flag is.
Absolutely, yes. And he can be aggressive with this one. So one of the
Goes slightly uphill, right?
and into the grain also.
Needs to hit it.
But
Needs to hit it.
it's actually left to right. And yeah, but Harinder missed a much shorter one from the same direction. Yeah.
Yeah, just a while ago.
Yep. And he also left it short. Maybe it's a bit slower than what they're getting on the other holes. So I'm not sure what this is for. Paro birdie. This is Karan Pratap Singh.
Looking at the way he's gone in the first two holes, I won't be surprised if he's sitting for a birdie here.
Yeah.
Karan Pratap.
Would have loved it to be in that hole which he's putting from. There's an old hole there. That would have been a much simpler putt.
I don't think he has much of a line on this one. Just a hair off the right.
Looks like it.
There you go. Makes no mistakes. Karan Pratap Singh, our early mover of day number 3.
It's walking them in right now.
Like you just said, Amit, putting sets the game, sets the ball rolling at the very start of the
Yeah,
of
and
the day.
you know this, that in all professional golf tournaments, the last 2 days the pins are much tighter than the first two rounds. And if you can get if your putting is on song, you can actually make a big move, because you don't have to always hit it so close.
Yeah, I mean,
you
if
can
you
hit it to the center and make putts, so it's a very big thing to have. Putting is a big weapon in golf.
it's 50% of your game according to statistics, but I think it is a little more than that.
I was Lucas Glover, who's just won after a decade, I think, and he had the putting yips for the longest time, and he tried everything, and it's when he changed his putter and the whole mechanics, and he's a different player altogether. He's now contending, and he's not worrying about cuts anymore.
He's had back-to-back victories, right?
Yeah, on the PGA
Which
Tour.
came after almost 10 years of having won a major.
Yeah, and he's the best ball striker for the last 10 years at an average on the PGA Tour.
So that means if
this is the hole number 4, the par 3. It's a very because it's windy, so club selection becomes paramount here. It's got the green doesn't have that much depth to it.
postage stamp kind of a green, the short par 3 fourth. As you can see in the background, the palm trees are beginning to blow.
You can see, and it's an elevated tee shot to an elevated green. So,
Again, I think this one is left, right, and into them.
definitely left, right.
Doesn't look more than a 9 iron, I'd say, for most of the field. Especially when the wind picks up, you don't want to hit that ball too high. You want to keep it below the wind. As demonstrated by Karan, he just went with what seemed like a 3/4
But
ball swing.
I'm not sure about Karan's score on number 3, because he's not got the honor on number 4. So not sure if that was a birdie putt.
Probably.
Well, this not very many, just one ball on the green, Abhijit Chaddas. So it is it's a tough green to hit from. I remember this. It's on a very exposed part of the golf course. It's got no trees. You can see there's a
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे, तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
at an average, actually.
If the wind picks up, I would stick with that number, Amit.
Well, Karan, just over the back on the right, and
Although it's a short hole, but I think
Sisodia is just short.
finding the green is a premium on this par three fourth.
Greens are running at 10 today, so which is pretty quick for for a windy golf course, you know, because the wind, if it's windy, downwind, downwind 10, it's more like 15.
It can get to
Yeah,
that number.
yeah.
It
So
can.
and vice versa. So it's against, and it gets much slower. So you're going to get different speeds. It's going to be very difficult to judge the speed of a putt, and speed is very important to, you know, for the line.
Also, Amit, I think as the day progresses, the greens will start to bake up a little bit, making it that much tougher to judge the speed of the greens.
Yeah, that's good technique there by Karan. He, very nice, simple chipping action. Manish opting to putt from off the green. He's You can see that the caddy is indicating that the ball, you know, will work the other way. First half goes one way, and the second half goes the other way.
Sisodia did not have a very good or like a desired start on the first, making a double bogey six. I think he probably found the out of bounds on the right. I
Yeah,
didn't really
because
see where his ball finished.
I saw him walk in really late into the hole and looked like he was either looking for the ball or hadn't found it or something like that. Because the others were already on the green while he was still hitting a second shot. So had some kind of tee shot trouble on the first hole. Third member on this group is Abhijit Chadda, who is the only one who's found the green.
One of the shorter holes I remember used to be at a very similar kind of distance, used to be at the old Jaipur Golf Club. The qualifying school. Again,
That was that was summer in Jaipur. I remember that qualifying school was really hot. It was like 50 degrees, and it was, remember nobody. It calms you down.
back to hole number two.
Um, that was Harjit Sethi's group.
Just tidying up our early mover of the day, Karan Pratap. Makes no mistake.
That was Saptak chipping on number 3, I think.
Left with a tap in on hole number 4 at the short par 3. Shivinder Singh Sisodia.
Yeah, especially with this wind, you have to give you know, every putt it's give importance because the wind does affect the line. It's golf course. You can see the flag stick is bending from the wind.
Most definitely it does. A brilliant putt by Harjit Sethi. You're right, Amit. That was hole number 3. Doesn't like to waste much time, Om Prakash.
Skepka, like he likes to hit it off the toe, addresses on the toe of the putter.
What a brilliant victory for him at the Challenge Tour event in KGA, Bangalore.
He's a very gutsy player. He's doesn't hold back. If he gets going, then he takes it really low.
Very aggressive, both off the tee as well as on his approach shots.
Saptak tidying up for his par. He's using his t-shirt as a key to keep his arms more connected. You can see him tucking it in a bit. Well, that was a really good. That's really good rhythm on that stroke. You can see there was no nerves. Yeah, at least he had full control over them.
Making his way to the short par 3 fourth, Saptak Talwar. Just a short while ago, Harshjeet Sethi holding in for his birdie, hole number 3.
Yeah, so see from on the screen that it's playing a bit into the wind from the left on number 4, the par 3.
सात जन्मों का साथ तो आपने सुना होगा, लेकिन आज मैं करूंगा 7 बहनों की बात, the 7 sisters. Yes, we are talking about the 7 sisters here at the Coimbatore Golf Club, the landmark for this golf course. Every course is known for a landmark, and here at Coimbatore, it is this place, the 6th fairway, and this standout feature, the 7 palm trees standing next to each other, also known as the 7 Sisters. This course was built back in 1978, and when the land was acquired for this course, there were a lot of trees here, including palm trees, stood here, and it was decided to keep them, to retain them, so that they retain the original character of the place, of the surroundings, and include the local landscape. So that's how we still see these 7 trees here, which are a landmark now at the Coimbatore Golf Club.
Beautiful aerial view of Coimbatore Golf Course. You can see how distinct the fairways look as far as the vegetation is. Scarcity, and they just use it very methodically to keep the golf course green where the play is being done on the fairways, on the greens, and on the tees. And those some of the palm trees are iconic in golf courses in India, I remember. So like Nikhil was talking about the 7 sisters there. We have 2 on RCGC also. I think it's called Jeff and Mutt. Jeff and Mutt
on hole number 16. Yep.
Or was it 18 or 16? 16, yes.
There you have a beautiful overhead view of the Coimbatore Golf Club For those who've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, third round of the Coimbatore Open 2023 presented by KGiSL is in progress. The leader group walking up onto the third, the short par 4.
It's a pretty it's a slight it's,
Very marginally.
and green it's got a top shot to it, just like the second. So you want to be on the right shelf and have a realistic chance for a birdie. And Angaraja is the green side bunker short of the green. It's got two bunkers in the front guarding the green, so so that you need to flight the ball and you can't roll it up.
I think Thanga is finding it a little tough to find his footing in round number 3 today. I'm sure he'll settle in soon, having made two up and downs in the first and second to save pars. A swig of water is always welcome.
It's a very dry, hot, windy golf course, so you do get parched a lot here.
I remember, I was my last round here, whenever that was, I just kept drinking a lot of water because my lips were running dry again and again, and I felt bloated in my stomach.
It's probably it's where the cotton is grown more, and this is the kind of weather that cotton grows in, and the soil also. So
Apart from, of course, this beautiful golf course, Coimbatore is also famous for the textile industry in and around Coimbatore. Angaraja, one behind the leader, Aryan.
the 30-yard bunker shot, not the one of the tougher shots in golf. Pretty well played, because he had a very
There's a bit of a ridge to.
small window to land it on. You can see he's running up, so they to mark it before it rolls back towards him. Manish missing the green on the right also.
For those who haven't played on Coimbatore Golf Club, let me tell you, it might look very easy, and you can't really judge the wind just by looking on your screens. But this golf course can be really, really windy.
Manish just overdoing it there, and
Amit, I don't think it's very easy to hit it close from where he was.
yeah,
I'm sure he could have done better than that, but
it all depends on how the ball was lying, actually.
Yeah,
So
it was a bit of a downwind for him from the angle that he was coming in. So
this is no easy shot either. He's up against the collar. He needs to chop down on this one. We golfers don't practice this chip with the ball against the collar. We hardly ever practice that shot. So it's a shot that you're going to just invent when you get it.
one of the lesser practiced chips around the green. I've seen people play this shot in various other ways. Various different ways. You can blade it above the equator. You can take a putter and hit it with the toe. You can take a rescue and just about give it a bit of a top spin above the equator.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can play that shot, but I don't think anybody practices any of those. So it's something which you need to come up with, and then hope for the best.
With this birdie attempt, Aryan just about charging it a foot and a half by the hole. Nevertheless, a great effort.
Yeah, he's just going the convention. He's going to hit the top of the ball, Diggy, and it's going to bounce up. So anytime that happens, the ball generally comes up short. So he's gonna try to hit down on the putter on the ball with his putter, and this ball is gonna go into the ground first, and then jump up and then roll. So
It's one of those finesse kind of golf shots, I would say.
yeah, you don't know how much is gonna jump, or it's a good guess right now. It's very well judged though. So it's
Decently judged. Just a little unlucky. That flag was probably on the left half of the hole. Had it hit that flag right in the middle, there was a good chance of holding that putt.
yeah. So he's had two testers already today, and on number one, number two, he's come up with the goods on both of them. So and he's gonna get a good read from Tangaraja's putt. It's probably almost on the same line.
A very similar line, definitely. I won't be surprised if Thanga holds this the way he's gone the first two holes. Needs to.
Came up and out of it. Wasn't so sure about, I guess, the line.
I remember the words in the local language are edikale. That means it came up a little short. You need to hit a little more. Having learned that from my caddy when I was not hitting the ball, getting the ball up to the hole, he would always say edikale, sir.
It's a literal translation is not enough.
I guess thanks to the sport, having traveled all across, not just India, but across the world, there's so many things one tends to pick up.
Manish has a good read on this part from Tangaraja's part.
Do you think he hurried up a little on that one?
Yeah,
Could
he
have,
just not as
could have
he
been a
didn't-
little
he didn't give it as much time as he's been giving
due
it.
diligence.
So, like I said on earlier when he was teeing off, it's a new experience for him playing in the leader group of a professional golf tournament, and he's going to learn a lot of things about himself today. Aryan tidying up for his spa.
Very talented young player, Aryan, having won the All India Amateur twice
Really?
before turning professional, having won the PGTI qualifying school at Tollygunge Club at the start of the year in January.
Yeah, I think All India Amateur is like it's like a marathon. It's 5 rounds of match play,
Beautiful
2 rounds
tournament.
of stroke play, so 7 rounds of golf, and then there's only one person left standing at the end. So he knows how to handle pressure. That is. Well, you can see.
Narrow miss there. You don't want to. You want to minimize your mistakes, especially on day number 3, which is supposed to be the moving day. Manish with that double bogey 6 on hole number 3.
Yeah, he needs to reset himself and get back to what he's get comfortable where he is.
There's enough golf to be played before the curtains come down in this tournament. I'm sure Manish will find his footing. There are a few par 5s approaching.
Absolutely. It's but golf is there's a lot of momentum swings in golf, and it's both ways, up and down. So you know that when it's you get you're swinging up and the momentum's with you, then you don't want the holes to get over. You want more because you feel you can get lower, and vice versa. When when the wheels are coming off, you just want to just somehow scrape your way through, and wait for the next day. So momentum is something which Manish needs to, the negative momentum needs to stop it and reset himself. Think of all the good shots he's hit over the last 2 days.
Golf is one sport which I would say very easily could be defined as improving the quality of your bad shots and just minimizing your mistakes, because you're bound to make mistakes. Everybody does. The idea is to make lesser mistakes, and whoever makes the lesser mistakes actually walks away with the trophy after 72 holes on day 4.
Absolutely. Golf is a game of mistakes. The better your mistakes, the better the golfer you are.
Yeah, the quality of your misses just has to be better than the quality of misses of the others.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it looked like Om Prakash shanked his tee shot, because this is the par 3 fourth hole, and he's really short and right. Is this the par 4 3 fourth? Not sure about it. No, it's not. It's the 5th hole.
You will see professionals walking up to judge where to pitch the ball before it runs up and gets close to the hole. Just gives you a better read of how the greens are running that day, how the ball is going to react. Most of the professionals you'll see will always walk up if they're left with a chip from around the greens.
And you can see the flag. It's downwind, and probably a short wedge shot is much tougher to judge on a downwind than into the wind, because you need to factor in the roll. So it's good if you pace it out and find the spot where you want to land it, so that you can with the roll that you're going to expect from the ball when it lands.
Also, Amit, this is especially for club golfers and amateurs. Whenever there is wind blowing from behind you, you will not be able to impart as much spin on the ball as one would want to, especially on a 70, 80 or a 90 yarder approach shot.
Absolutely, and the wind, especially the way it is in Coimbatore, it's actually pushing the ball down. Also, the trajectory also gets lower. Saptak, a little bit of tree trouble on number 5. You can see he's trying to work the ball around the tree.
I think I can easily say that golf is the only sport that comes as close as possible to nature, where you have to brave your way through uh, strong winds at times, humidity, rain, sunshine,
Everything.
just about everything. The elements, except for fire, I think you you come across every single. Well, it it could get as close to fire as well in places like Chennai and Coimbatore, for that matter, if the heat picks up.
Yeah, that's really well judged by OP. He's left himself a very makeable birdie putt on number 5. You can see the pins at the back, so he was very wary of hitting it over the green also.
The flag is on the top tier. You're right. There's a bit of a slope in the middle of the green that runs from left to right.
You can see how the ball is bounding on. Harshit playing from the rough, so chance of spinning it is less.
Also, Amit, like you just said, there is wind blowing from tee to green, so it's going to be tough to control the bounce and the roll of the ball.
He had a tough shot. He has a bunker in the way, and then he's got elevated green, downwind. So
a position A plus plus in this group is definitely Om Prakash. Om Prakash came up with a beautiful T-shirt with his name OP written on it on day 2. I remember seeing that post on the PGTI handle just yesterday. There are some professionals who I know who have some superstitions about the sport. Some of them like to keep the marker in the left pocket and not in the right one, and keep the glove in the right pocket and not the left one. There are quite a few examples of players being superstitious.
Yeah, it's good, really good bunker shot technique by Sapna. Um, it's funny. It's we are golfers. So generally, when you're playing well and you're let's say you go to play a tournament to a certain part of the country or of the world, and there's a certain thing that you eat on the first day and first 2 days, and you play well. And you say, okay, I'm going to eat the same thing. I'm going to go. Yeah, so it's like we're almost obsessive compulsive when it comes to a few things. Maybe it's just for a week or something, but it's definitely happened to. I know it's happened to me for sure, and I heard John Rahm ate the same thing every day during his U.S. Open victory. So I was not the only one who was thinking like that. So yeah, and so did Colin Morikawa eat the same thing every day. It's amazing how we can, everybody's trying to get the best out of themselves, I guess.
Aryan holding that putt on hole number 4, the short par 3. We'll just have to wait and see whether that was for a birdie or a par. Like you said, Amit, about people being superstitious and trying to stick to the same diet if it works, I personally don't quite buy that because no 2 days are the same, and you never played a golf course twice. So
No, I completely agree. But sometimes if something works, you don't want to change something a winning formula either. So it's a catch-22. Sometimes it works and you just do it, and sometimes it doesn't, and
when I say you don't play a golf course twice, I don't mean that you don't play the golf course twice, but you don't play the golf course absolutely the way you played it the day before. Every single day, it's a new shot, and you come across an absolutely new golf shot every single time you set foot on that golf course. Trying to save his par, Saptak Talwar.
I like the fact that he's not hurrying over it. He's taking his time and giving it its importance. So you can see this how fast the greens have become.
Amit, I've noticed quite a few players have underborrowed today, especially when the greens are getting quicker. The ball will tend to
Yep.
turn a little more than what meets the eye.
Absolutely, it's sitting out here, we get to see these things and few things that come to us sitting out here, which professional golfers would love to actually share it, because under borrowing it, when you see that number one, people coming up short, those kind of like OP also under borrowed it just now. So I guess we sitting out here seeing things in a more in a wider perspective of so many people doing the same thing.
Very true, Amit. I mean, I've made those mistakes myself, so I can't really say sitting here in the studio that you won't. But still, it looks like when the wind picks up and the greens are rolling at 9 and the grass is cut short, the ball will definitely have a tendency to turn a little more than what you see.
Yeah, and last 2 days the green were playing at 9.5, and today it's 10, so it is faster today for sure.
Harshjeet Sethi just tidying up for a 4 on the short par 4 fifth. We have Aryan in sole lead by himself at 11 under after the first 2 holes. I beg your pardon, he's made a birdie on hole number 5 and he moves to 12 under in a commanding position on moving day. here at the Coimbatore Golf Club. Saptak Talwar closed on his heels, also 1 under for the day and 10 under for the championship through 4 holes. Amongst early movers is Noida's Dipankar Kaushal with a blemish-free 4 under 32, tied position 9, presently at 4 under. Looks like somebody's ball got stuck on the tree.
It could actually get stuck on those palm trees because
There we have Karan Pratap Singh being helped by the referee to judge his nearest point of relief.
Karan is 2 under today. Is 7 under.
Karan is 7 under at the moment after hole number 5.
So that looks to be his ball looks to be in the penalty zone. The tree looks to be in the penalty zone, which the ball got stuck on the tree, right? So that happens to be in the penalty zone penalty area. So he's going to get relief. Sorry, it's a penalty drop, but
He's going to lose a stroke.
yeah, you can see.
Since the new rules have come into force, you don't have to drop the ball from shoulder height. Now you drop the ball from knee height.
You can see that the ball bounced back towards the penalty area, and but not inside it. So he's if it had gone a bit further, you can see the red line behind the ball. If it had gone a bit further, he would have to re-drop it, but it's just outside. So the ball's in play now.
That's hole number 6, where we just showed you the 7 sisters a while ago. As you can see, the wind is definitely picking up here at Coimbatore Golf Club at the 2023 Coimbatore Open presented by KGiSL. Ladies and gentlemen who have just joined us at this live telecast, we are progressing through day 3, and Aryan sitting pretty at 2 under for the day and 12 under for the championship, presently enjoying a 3-shot cushion over Saptak Talwar, Manish Thakran, and N. Thangaraja.
You saw that ball check up precariously quickly, yeah. So it must have looked really good to him because it's he's coming from that lie. It just got impressive amount of spin on it.
Looked like a bit of a barren and dry lie.
Abhijit with his birdie attempt on number 6.
Even this green slopes from back to front a little, so this one will be a little quick moving right to left for him.
A lot of respect. Greens seem to be a bit faster than they were the first 2 rounds, and as a result, a lot of putts running by and a lot of putts missing on the lower side.
Again, I think the ball is turning a little more than what it did the first 2 rounds. And I think the players are taking a little longer to come to terms with that condition. Shivinder Singh Sisodia started with a double bogey on the first hole, made quick amends, made a birdie on hole number 3, the par 5.
Well, though it's downhill, it's a bit into the wind, so probably not as quick as it would have been if it was downwind. wind's definitely a factor here. Shivendra making amends to his double bogey number 1. He's already birdied number 3, so looks he's on his. He's got an upward trend going. Good roll on that ball. So he's back on par now.
This is one game where I've always said this. I think patience is the key. And the other name for the sport could also have been patience.
Absolutely.
It just doesn't matter how you start. What matters is how you finish.
Karan Pratap. It looks like it looks like it's his bogey putt. It's in the penalty area right of the green. Oh, a bit of right to left to it. Karan's been rolling the ball really well today, so give him a good chance of holding this one.
I won't be surprised if he does.
Just
Maybe I said that a little too soon.
not sure what he made on that hole. It's either a bogey
In your frames,
or a double bogey.
our leader here at the Coimbatore Golf Club, Aryan, sitting pretty at 12 under for the championship, 2 under for the day through the first 4 holes of the penultimate round.
Par putt, cleaning up.
Looking at the angle where Aryan is coming from, to me it looks like a very makeable birdie attempt.
Aryan getting some relief from the sprinkler head, which is next to the green. So he's dropped it once, he's dropped it twice. So now he gets to place it. Aryan using the aim point technique to read this line. Just over the back of the green on number 5.
I think this is the best, one of the best approach to be able to walk away with a 3 on this hole, right? Would you say, Amit? He's already passed that ridge in the middle of the green, which is
I'm not sure if he's over the back in 2 or 3. So I'm not sure what this part is all about.
a bit of a discussion on where he seems to have dropped the ball.
So his ball was in this. His stance was coming in the sprinkler, so he took relief twice, which did not give him complete relief from the sprinkler as far as his stance is concerned. And then he's placed it where he has now complete relief from his stance. So we'll have the referees coming in to give him a clarification on that. Sampath, our tournament director.
Just for the club golfers and amateurs, whenever you take relief, the relief has to be complete. His stance cannot, even if the lie is great for him and he wants to go ahead with his stance in the sprinkler head, he cannot do that. He has to take complete relief.
Yeah, so I was also pretty sure that he had taken the drop correctly, because he had dropped it twice, and in both times it was not his stance was getting affected by the sprinkler, which is right next to his ball. So he gets to place it after that.
That's correct. As the shadows get more pronounced, the sun is definitely out and bearing its might.
Just underrated a bit.
Probably hurried up a little bit into that effort.
Yeah, I just think he was got a little bit of off by whole scenario. Is sometimes when these things happen, and you just lose your focus for a bit, and then you hit the shot and you realize, I've just hit a shot without actually giving it 100%.
This is the final group of the day. Aryan Rupa Anand playing alongside Manish Thakran and N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka.
See how much that ball is left or right. Manish got a good read from Aryan's ball.
Brilliant putt by Manish. I've noticed Manish has made 3 bogeys this week so far, and all 3 bogeys have come on par fives. That's going to sting a bit. Having made 2 on day 1 and 2 on hole number 10, and I beg your pardon, that was Saptak Talwar.
Tidying up on number 5. Again, just like you said earlier, the people underrating the putts, missing a lot of putts, missing on the lower side.
Like I said, I think Tanga has still not found his footing into hole number into day 3, the moving day out of the 4. I'm sure he will shortly. He's a quick-paced player. Doesn't like to waste much time. Doesn't like to waste time overthinking, and definitely likes that flag inside the hole.
Yeah. Saptak, 6.
There you go. Make no mistakes.
Well, Aryan tidying up on number 5.
A little bit history about the Coimbatore Golf Club. When they started this endeavor, they only had 4 grounds, and this was a jail campus where they started the golf course. And then they relayed a world-class facility. They've come a really, really long way. And all efforts to having been made by Mr. Rajagopal and a few of his friends who were die-hard golfers, and didn't really like the fact that they had to drive all the way to Ooty or Wellington for a round of golf from Chettopalyam. Imagine a 3-hour drive one way and a 5-hour round, and then 3-hour drive back.
Sometimes you do it if you're if you're living in Noida and playing a tournament in ITC.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's how crazy golfers are. The Coimbatore Golf Club celebrated its silver jubilee back in 2003.
Well, I remember coming here as a small boy, and my father used to be coming. They used to be at this tournament, inter club, Coimbatore Golf Course versus Wellington Golf, some kind of club. So first time I came here, I think it was in 1986. They had 9 holes, and it was really dry, and I just have a vague recollection of the golf course, but I remember it being just 2-3 patches of green where people were hitting their drives, and green and tee boxes were spectacular. Though. It was still really good. So
That's all because of the shortage of water in the area, Amit. And Mr. Rajagopal and his team worked day in and day out, bending over backwards to make sure that water got here. And they've set up a water sewage treatment plant here as well. A lot of effort and a lot of personal attention has gone into getting the golf course into the condition that it is today. As you can see, it's completely arid land. Wherever the water doesn't reach, there's this green patch of fairways in the middle of a lot of browns.
just like the Emirates was earlier, even you and I had gone to play in the mid-90s in Dubai. It was pretty similar. It was either fairway or arid land.
They completed constructing 9 holes, the first 9 holes in 1985, followed by the rest of the 9 holes, making it a complete 18-hole facility in 1990. And I think the first time we set foot here was in 92, after you and I went for a tournament to
Yes,
Ooty. On our
yes,
way back, we
yes.
played. And I remember driving with Mr. Rajagopal in his car down from Ooty, and he said, I'm going to make you play on one of the best courses in the south. I still remember.
We
to
had
this
gone to
day.
play a tournament in Ooty, and he drove us here. And he says, you're my guest. You have to play here. And we played, I think, a couple of rounds before we came back to Delhi. Yes, that was so long ago. And then the next time I came here, it was so much more improved, and we had the national camp with the IGU out here, and this 15-20 of us were down here, and then it was,
Coimbatore Golf Club has been very hospitable to amateurs and professionals alike. They welcome you with open arms. Very passionate about the sport and very passionate about their golf course.
Pankaj Kaushal has made a big move today. He's 4 under for today and 4 under for the tournament. He's really moving on moving day.
Like we discussed just a while ago, Amit, any early starter has a better chance of shooting a lower number, a deeper score on day 3 as compared to the ones following behind.
Absolutely. And so is Rohana, actually. He's Rohana just 2 under for today. So, well, the Pankaj comes from Noida Golf Course, which is our home course. You're a member too, Lee. So it's good to see him play well.
He's had a bit of an injury ridden last year and a half, I remember. Good to see Dipankar on top of his game.
He recently lost his family member too. So he's been through a tough time. So hopefully he plays well this week and, gets some confidence for the rest of the year.
The towels are out. The sun is definitely getting stronger. That's the final pairing coming down hole number 6. You can see the 7 sisters in the background.
And Bisleri is one of our sponsors on the CBTI, and luckily, they've been very gracious in giving us unlimited supply of water. So,
in fact, Amit, very recently we've signed a deal.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
They have a robust distribution network of over 6,000 distributors and 7,500 distribution trucks across India, which speaks itself about the volume of the business that Bisleri does.
Yeah, Manish leaving itself. Good look. 6. Aryan, coming from just short-sighted himself a bit. It's been stuck in on the front right on number 6.
Just going back to the Bisleri bit, Amit, apart from their mineral water brand called Bisleri, they have just recently launched a brand called Vedika, which is Himalayan spring water, which is their premium brand. And that's what they've been supplying on the tour for the professionals. Back to our leader on hole number 6.
Probably, I'm such a big propagator of good water because 75% of our body, 70% at least, is water. So if you're eating good food because you want to stay healthy, you should drink good water also if you want to stay healthy. And spring water is very high on minerals, which has very good alkaline properties for your body.
I remember with all my travels of good over 20 years across Southeast Asia, the one thing that I was the most careful about was water. I mean, I've seen umpteen number of examples where people have had, or players, my fellow players have had upset stomachs, and that purely happened because of not having drunk
Yeah, people
clean and
they
good
think
water.
about, okay, I need to eat good food and I need to, get myself my nutrition, but what is the most important part of nutrition? And Vedika spring water is probably one of the better spring waters in our country. So, thanks to Distillery, I guess our professional golfers get to drink some high quality water, which is paramount. I think when you're playing in what anyway, water is the most important ingredient in our life.
Our umbrella sponsors, Tata Steel, who need no introduction, have been a very solid supporter of golf and sport in general in the country. They have annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons, I'm told, per annum. One of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers, with presence literally all across the world, as far as South America with Chorus Steel.
Tatas have been synonymous with Indian golf for a very long time.
With Indian sport, not just golf, especially with I mean, with sport in India.
Yeah, and so we'll always be grateful for them to support us. And Indian golf has come a long way because of them. Aaron with his birdie attempt on number 6, our leader.
Aaron's been quite flawless with his game so far. Just 3 bogeys in the first 2 rounds, and a blemish-free start to the third round through 6 holes.
Strangely, this is one of the only golf courses that in our country that I've played or at least know of with 2 back-to-back par 5s, 9 and 10, and very different holes. One's extremely left to right, and it's extremely right to left, and completely different wind conditions. So the number 10 is right to left, and the wind blows left to right, and vice versa on number 9.
The 10th is almost like a double dog leg.
It's a really long par 5, especially the way the wind blows left to right here, and you have to hit a draw off that tee.
I think today is playing more into it,
Mhm.
and the hole going right to left and then going left to right again from there on.
So it is like two opposite holes.
True.
Absolutely.
True.
Yeah, so
Coimbatore Golf Course, I think, has a mix of all sorts of.
a lot of both ways. You've got to, it's right to left, left to right, both. It's you can't just be hitting the ball one way. You need to move it both ways. Yeah, if you want to go low.
Yeah, it has a mix of draws and fades off the tee.
Yeah. Aryan cleaning up for his par on number 6. He remains at 12 under, 2 shots ahead of Manish, who just birdied number 5.
Another mover on day 3 is Sachin Basoya, making the turn at 4 under 32 with a bogey on hole number 5 against 5 birdies. I think that's a brilliant start to the moving day for Sachin Basoya, our first time winner at the season opener in Chandigarh. I beg your pardon, in Calcutta.
Yeah, 5 birdies on a windy golf course like this speaks about how much he must be striking the ball today, because this is a ball striker's golf course. You need to hit it really solid to give yourself birdie chances here.
Interesting hole coming up for the final group, the par 3 7th. Again, like I said, the wind is going to be very, very challenging to counter. The wind,
And
to me, would be blowing from right to left on hole number 7, the par 3.
absolutely, yes, right to left and strong right to left. You need to see whether you want to hit it into the wind or ride the wind. So it's a really challenging par 3. For people who Harinder comes from Chandigarh, it never gets this windy. So judging how much the wind is going to affect a putt is something you as from North India don't get to practice that much.
Marimuthu also has chosen the flat stick. Not much of trouble to think of on his way from off the green here on the 9th, on his attempt for Eagle 3.
You can see on the left part of your screen, that's hole number 9 that they're playing, and on the right is hole number 10, which is also a par 5.
Good effort, just charged up a little bit. Probably that wind didn't really
Hold the ball that much.
Yeah.
It's difficult for us to explain to our viewership on how much this wind is. It's been only when you go to play that you realize this is a lot of wind.
It's almost like a British Open here in India.
Yeah, and it's I remember in the first time you and I had gone together, I almost needed ear plugs because it was all day.
Yeah, well, eyes with water, the wind can be so strong.
Raj for his birdie on number 9. Taking it a bit shy.
Won't be very happy with that. I'm sure he hit nothing more than a mid iron into this par 5 with the kind of distance he hits off the tee.
Harinder doing a bit of gardening, sizing up his putt. It's uphill 6-7 footer for his birdie.
Harinder at the moment 4 under for the championship, 1 under through the first 8 holes.
I think maybe just misjudged the line a bit.
Distance wise, I think this par 5 definitely appears to be easy, but it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, it's and with the pin on the right, the bunker in front, it's probably with the wind you can't hold the green with the second shot.
Playing only to a distance of 6,600 yards, the par 72 Coimbatore Golf Club actually plays to almost 7,200, 7,300 yards.
In a lot of holes you can't hit your driver. It's tight and so much in this. The wind is always blowing the ball towards the trouble, so you're always wary of. We're always wary of where the trouble is, and so you take a more conservative line off the tee. So you're not hitting your driver on a lot of the holes,
as we will find out in the back nine. There are quite a few holes in the back nine where you don't really require
something like a Delhi Golf Club. Delhi Golf Club is also not very long, but you're hardly using your driver off the tee.
Similar, I'd say.
So yeah, Vedika is our new water beverage partner. We also have
we have Amritanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus as one of the beverage partners for juices they supply for dehydration, and which helps you with the headache and boosts your energy and gets rid of weakness and dizziness and fatigue.
You and I have played both a lot of golf in Southeast Asia. We used to always have either 100 plus or Pocari Sweat in Southeast Asia, which is so important as far as electrolytes are concerned. And you don't realize how many minerals you lose in sweat, and water will not replenish that.
Especially on a day like this, when it's windy and it's hot, you don't really realize that dehydration can set in really quick, and which affects your sport.
For you who for golfers who are not aware of these nutrition facts, that moment your salt levels go down, which is your potassium, magnesium, which are in your electrolyte drinks, your body actually slows down its important processes. So it slows down because it's conserving minerals now, because it's low on minerals. And as a result, when you have that situation, when you slow down, speed and skill related activities get affected. You slow down yours. So it's very important for golfers to replenish their minerals while they play. And Fruitnik is, as a result, very important as an important partner for PGTI.
Thank you very much for the insight, Doctor. That was very informing. Just going back to Fruitnik, Fruitnik comes from the Amritanjan family, which is a 127-year-old company, and it has a very rich legacy. It's best known for its iconic brand, the Amritanjan Palm Pain Balm. So we are definitely in the right hands as far as getting our salts back on is concerned. In your frames, Abhijit Chadda walking down the ninth after his approach. We'll just have to wait and see where that ball of his finished.
And
Beautiful background of the Nilgiris on your screens.
playing golf on the PGTI, and especially we play through the summer, and professional golfers play 5 rounds. You have the practice round also, 5 rounds nonstop. And if you ask a normal club golfer to play 5 rounds nonstop, I don't think many can do it. The amount of beating your body takes, as far as your muscles and your dehydration and all things. So it's important to have partners like Vedika giving you good quality water, Fruitnik giving you electrolyte drinks. It's important for golfers. And and some club golfers take it for granted. Oh, they're just playing a round of golf. They're playing 5 rounds of non-stop golf
5 hours every day.
every day, and they warm up for 1 hour before that, and they might practice it a little bit in the evening also. So if it takes a beating, so it's important to have partners like Vedika and Fruitnik.
Yep. There you have it on your screens. Aryan leading by 2 over Manish Thakran at 12 under. Closely followed by tied in third position is Om Prakash Chauhan and N. Thangaraja.
Well, everybody till 8 is very much I would say almost 6 is very much in the thick of things right now.
Absolutely, it's anybody's game. I would say in the top 7, 8 till almost till the 8th position, it's pretty much anybody's game at the moment.
And today is a day which Aryan can make it very easy for himself, or it can open it up. It can get open. The tournament can get open for everybody else. So only time will tell us how this unfolds.
Karan seems to have found the bunker with his approach on this par 5.
And the way the wind is, it's and the ball is definitely going to come right up to the face of the bunker, because it's going to.
And if I remember correct, this is a deep bunker.
It's a deep bunker.
It's a deep bunker. There you have a beautiful pea foul making its way across the 9th.
the vegetation in Coimbatore is very conducive to peacocks, right? Because it's added a lot of dry. They like dry vegetation.
Finding a bit of trouble, Shivinder Singh Sisodia coming out of the rough here on the par 5 ninth.
Yeah, and with the bunker in front, this is it's a tough shot to get
Won't really
close.
be happy with that, but at least he's out of trouble.
Yeah, it's a good result from there. He's got that deep bunker in front.
True.
Wind is with him, so it's gonna be tough to hold the green. Avijit Singh Chadha playing his chip on number 9, coming up a bit shy.
That's again, he was going a little into the grain.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see a little bit of stance trouble there with for Karan Pratap Singh. How would you play the? Would you kneel down, or would you just?
I think what he's doing is probably the only way to play it. Maybe he can put that knee on that bank, and with that he'll just make his stance a little more. I'd say a little more stable. He'd be able to deliver more on the ball.
Yeah, because
If I was him, I'd probably put this knee down. I think he's edging towards that. He'll probably put it down on that bank. Another one of our recent winners, Gaurav Pratap Singh on your right. Won after a long time at Noida Golf Course. I think both his victories have come at Noida Golf Course.
Yeah.
In fact, both of these gentlemen made it into the playoff,
that
which is
gentleman on your screen,
Karan Pratap Singh and Gaurav.
at the Noida Golf Course. You can see that when your stance is inhibited, it's difficult to impart enough power into the shots.
I think it looked like a tough shot to me. It wasn't easy at all because the bunker was pretty deep, and I think he was right up against the lip. So hitting it up and hitting it far, I don't think was an easy task in his case.
Yeah, but when you generally have that inhibited stance, you might have to hit it harder because you're not going to get your low body is completely cut out of the shot, so your arms have to give it a little more. So I guess
All the more reason for him to have had a stable stance through the shot.
absolutely, yeah.
With a bit of luck, that could have gone in. Very well tried. Good effort on Karan's part.
Yeah, you can see that he really wanted to make that because reachable par 5. You want to, he's had a tough stretch of holes.
Yep.
He wanted to, get
Make
one
amends.
back there. With his birdie putt. First Shivendra from the back of the green, and this green, the grain is quite strong from right to left. From
where,
I can see on the screen, you can see how the shine of the grass is distinct on the screen. So this putt is going to move a lot from left to right, I think.
For Shivinder, definitely. And I think for Abhijit, is going to move a little bit left to right as well. Not as much as Shivinder.
You can see everybody's under reading it today, like you had pointed out earlier, Vicky.
Quicker the greens, more the line. Simple.
Gravity has more effect than friction, right? When it gets quick.
Well, I never understood physics, but yeah, I'll agree with whatever you said. It made sense.
So 2 par 5s back to back, number 9 and number 10, completely different holes. Opposite, one's a left to right dogleg par 5, and the next one is a right to left dogleg par 5. The left to right dogleg plays left to right, opposite wind. So it's like it's such a huge change. And number 10 is it's much longer also from what I remember.
Yeah, absolutely. Bang opposite kind of holes, the ninth and the 10th.
Oh, see, it's the second part that's it's missed on the left. People are misreading this part. He's moving right to left at the end.
I think we've seen a couple of them in the last maybe less than half an hour.
Yeah, so he's not the first one to misread that part.
True.
Should be in the tidying up, and this one will also move right to left because this is almost the same line as what Abhijit just said. Let's see if he gets the line right. Got it. And the wind is also affecting it because it's a little elevated green on number 9 and more exposed. Cleaning up for his par.
Looks like the wind is not as strong as it was about 45 minutes back, Amit.
Yeah, it seems to have died down. The flag is not fluttering as hard as.
And neither is Karan's t-shirt. I don't see it as strong as it was roughly about 30 to 45 minutes before this.
Karan, there's a putting green between the 9th green and the 10th tee box. And I remember the first time we went, there was hardly a clubhouse. There was maybe 2 rooms, and you could just about get something to drink, right? And they really, it's come a long way. This golf course. It's good to see it progressing the way it has.
Isn't it? It's delightful to see the way this course has progressed as well as matured over the years.
It gives you very, Texas, Arizona kind of feel, to where golf courses, they are, fairways, and then there's added land on both sides. Very similar.
As far as Texas is concerned, I think the guns are missing. Looks like Aryan has dropped a stroke on hole number 7, the par 3 that we were just discussing about a short while ago. He's dropped to 11 under and 1 under for the tournament. I beg your pardon, 1 under for the day and 11 under for the championship.
Lead is cut down to 1 now from 2. So
exactly what you said, Amit. It's a wide open tournament going into the final round. Anybody within 5 or 6 strokes of the leader has a very bright chance of
Aryan and Thangaraja, somebody go low today, it would be on almost a 1-horse race, but nobody's put any daylight between themselves and the rest of the field, so it's still very wide open. Marimuthu cleaning up there on number 10. 10 is a dog leg right to left par 5.
it's actually a double dog leg, right to left and then left to right, right?
Yeah, it's a double dog leg. The third shot has a dog leg feel to it also, and it's 597 yards, and it plays more like 650 yards.
Well, at this time of the year, it definitely plays straight into the wind, and you can easily add 75 to 80 yards
So
to that 500 something.
It's definitely a 3-shot hole at this time of the year.
Ideally, you'd want to give yourself something around 120 yarder for your third shot, and you don't really want to give yourself a sandwich at 80, 90 yarder, right?
it's a greenway. If you miss it, it's a tough one.
True, and it also slopes from back to front. So if you miss it left or right, you are definitely coming over bunkers and coming over slopes. Also, Amit, I think being a little above sea level, roughly about 400 odd meters above sea level, at Coimbatore Golf Club, I think the ball tends to fly a little further, pretty much like Bangalore,
And it's
I'd
really
say.
dry. The air is
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
to where they are right now. Arshit, we used to. It's. I don't know if it's a big advantage being that tall in the wind, or is it a disadvantage? Because I remember uh, when we were young, and you ask some professional golfers, what do you do playing in the wind, and they would say, okay, you need to lower your stance in putting. Harshit, no matter how much he lowers, he's not going to be low enough, right?
With your height, Amit, you have a big
I didn't
advantage.
I didn't
You'll always stay under the
I
wind.
didn't need to know. I was just completely comfortable on the ground. So, I
So
was,
so it actually pays to be short at times, huh?
seats very comfortable compared to you.
I'm sure Harjit Sethi has to sit sideways whenever he's flying.
He needs two seats, I think. Yeah, but back to his.
I think,
height,
Amit, we've had a couple of really tall players on the European tour as well. A guy called Chris Wood was 6'7" or 6'8" or something like that. There are some very tall players.
this is the point of conversation, that is it when it's very windy, is it does it affect them more than us, is what I was trying to get at.
That was
Us, me, yeah.
Om Prakash. Chauhan with his chip on.
Saptak in the green side bunker that Karan was in, but hopefully he has a easier stance.
He's got both his. I think he's building a stance as well now.
Yeah, because the ball is going to roll right up to the base because of the wind.
Right.
It's not going to stop in the middle.
Just to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the second leg of the 23 calendar here on PGTI, with the first tournament having been held at Chennai very recently, where a first time winner, Sanit Bishnoi, walked away with the trophy. Here we are at Coimbatore in the following week, and more than halfway through the tournament, Aryan seems to be in a commanding position at 11 under at the moment. Back to Harjit Sethi, hole number 9.
Using the Texas wedge from over the green, it's
I think one of the few players who's really come close with his putt. Would you say, Amit?
yeah, at least he didn't miss it on the lower side. We've seen a lot of low side misses today. I think the greens are faster than they were earlier, so a lot of misjudgment of speed as a result. Low side misses. Ash with his birdie attempt on number 9. And you can see screen both number 9 and number 10. So let's see if he gets this line correct. No, people have the tendency is to miss it on the left.
Quite an experienced player and a brilliant putter, Om Prakash Chauhan. I'd be surprised if he actually misses this putt. There you go.
Yeah, he had the speed up. He had it flying beautifully. Ajit lining up his ball for his putt on his birdie attempt on number 9. Those who were watching right now, Arjit was actually lining up his ball, and that's how he was using his putter to assess whether he's lined up the ball properly or not. It's a good putt, good birdie by Arjit on number 9. Well, the last group didn't have a single birdie. This one, both Harjit and OP both have birdied.
And out of a very possible birdie attempts earlier, or probable birdie chances, I'd say. I think it's going to be birdies all around if Saptak holds this one. Brilliant bunker shot
Yeah.
out of the greenside bunker for Saptak. You're right, Amit. He likes to tuck in his t-shirt under his armpit, just keeping that elbow close to the body. Keeps that pendulum motion going.
It's it's basically anchoring the arc you're trying to produce.
Making no mistakes.
So fours all around in that group, the penultimate group of Saptak Talwar, Harjit Sethi, and OP Chauhan.
That birdie from the bunker, very popularly known as brandy in club golfers lingo.
So this is something I learned after so many years of golf. So we have a birdie is one less, eagle is two less on a hole, three less is albatross.
That's correct.
What is four less?
Would that be a double eagle? No, I think albatross is a double eagle. So would that be a double albatross? No, I think that'll be a very long drive.
It's a very long drive on a par 5.
I think Sam Snead did it once. Hold out on a par 5.
It's called a condor.
What's called a condor?
Yeah. So I didn't know that for the longest time of my golfing life, that there was something better than an albatross.
See, everything named after birds, huh? Since the game came up in Scotland, right next to the sea. I think the bigger the bird got, is how the name is
and also
related to the shot.
The word caddy actually comes from the word cadet. They used to use the aristocracy used to use cadets to carry the bag.
Okay. Very interesting how legends are formed. See, I think the wind is
It's quite mild compared to what we've seen.
compared to what it was about an hour ago now.
Yeah, maybe coming in or something like that. So
Clear blue skies though on top of it. You can see the sun is shining. The shadows are as dark as they can be.
Abhijit with his birdie
Now this one is also a quick green and slopes quite a bit from left to right for Abhijit from the angle that he's coming in. I'd say anything around about close to about 2 feet.
2 feet of break.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is as big a break as you can get on this green sloping from back to front.
quite a lot of slope from back to front. You can see he started out there, but he's kind of I think the grain is
It probably did
going,
not
the
move
grain
as
has
much
not
as
allowed us to had both of us also.
Foxed a bit. Yes.
And you can see all the fall offs that the screen has, and it has the fall off every side. It's there's a false front, there's a false side. It's not an easy green to hit, even with a short iron in, if you especially with the wind. Karan Pratap with his birdie attempt, so he's got to learn a bit more about his putt from Abhijit's putt. Yeah, so probably Abhijit's got a little foxed by the grain, I think. There.
It's a tough hole to tough angle to hole out from, right? I mean, anything below the hole would be preferred, I'm sure.
So no, these with the wind and the grain and the slope all going in different directions. Always just a good guess.
See, also, Amit, the flag is stuck only 8 yards from the front and 5 from the right. The ideal position is actually short and right.
You can see how much the grain threw the
True,
ball.
true.
So the grain is definitely from left to right on this green.
As you look at it from the fairway.
Yes.
From this angle, it was right to left for Sisodia.
Though the slope was left to right. So
Correct.
and as far as putting is concerned, it is the most important thing is line reading.
Yeah, quite a lot of variables that come into one is line, one is speed.
And that's why the caddy is such a big part of a professional golfer's
Career and his life.
Life and career is like his first wife, I think, almost.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because the line reading, you need to trust your caddy a lot when it comes to line reading. And I remember you always used to have your caddy, and used to take quite a long time in deciding whether it's in 1 inch, half an inch. I remember the statement. So
I think most of the professionals spend more time with their caddies than they with their wives or girlfriends, respectively.
this one actually could move the other way, left to right, though, right?
Should be straightish, I'd say. Very little line on that, little borrow.
It's not what I kind of really wanted. Started off well, though.
The best part about this sport is you're learning every single day, no matter what level of golf you're playing, whether you're playing on the US tour or Asian tour, European tour, or the PGTI, wherever you are, you're learning every single day.
This is our leader group making its way to the 9th green. Manish from the right rough playing his third shot. It's downwind. It's got a.
I don't think
Would
that.
you bump it in the slope?
Definitely. I mean, there's no chance of flying it on the green because the branches are hanging low. I'd probably roll it up. And also because there's wind behind me, there's literally no chance of stopping that ball.
See, he tried to do that, and it's
Probably had a bad lie. Yeah, probably had a bad lie. And then also, I think the way that flag is positioned, he probably didn't want to hit it too hard and go too far by. So he was a little tentative with his.
it's not just about and you're a very good component of this. Is not just how good your misses are, is how good you were at missing also. Which side did you miss it on?
Of course.
So Manish there just short-sided himself. He's probably the most difficult place to get up and down would be from where he was.
Definitely one of the
Up and
tougher
down,
spots.
So,
Looking at where the flag is positioned
and
today.
I remember playing with you, but this is where I shouldn't have missed it, or this is where I should miss it. So it's very important you miss it, miss less and miss at the right place.
Yep. Just make life easier for yourself. Don't give yourself tough chances of recovery.
It's also it's.
I think Thangaraja is in a beautiful position. We'll just have to wait and see whether that's his second or his third.
Yeah, Aryan is he's stalled his progress, but I'm sure he's on his way up again.
Quite a meticulous young man, Aryan. Goes through his process.
So he's just birdie number 8 to go back to 12 under, and it's again back to 2 strokes between him and Manish.
Which again, I think is one of the tougher holes, Amit, in the hole number 8. I think they call it the Grand Canyon, with that huge canyon short of the green, about 30, 35 yards short of the green.
And you can see how fast the greens are. It's like
Greens are quick as
surprised him. He's himself surprised, and this is after these players have already played 8 holes.
yeah, we're closing in on noon, so the greens are definitely getting parched and
Getting baked and dry, and
will get quicker,
yeah.
bumpier and quicker.
So I'm not sure about Aryan's putt. It looks like he's found the green in 2.
If that's his second, it has to have rolled up. I mean, just right off his ball. I think the bunker.
Yeah, just about missing the bunker.
Yeah.
You can see he had it on line also. It's judged that perfectly.
We are going back to Nikhil at the venue. Over to you, Nikhil. Beg your pardon, that's Manish Thakran holding out for a birdie on hole number 9, just before he makes that turn. Rangaraja, after having charged that putt good about 5 to 6 feet past the hole, will be looking to make amends. He's one player who likes to see that flag always inside the hole, whether it's a tap in or it's a long putt. Quickly gets it cleaned. Just visualizing that putt, the way the ball is going to move, that action of his. Making no mistakes. Holds out for a birdie. And Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. Thangaraja has not had a... Okay, we are back to the venue. Over to Nikhil.
Japan, Makoto Iwasaki. He is playing his rookie season on the PGTI this year. He's traveled all the way from Japan. He did well at the qualifying school and qualified for the PGTI, and he's been playing all across the country. So let's hear his thoughts on his first experience playing golf in India. Makoto, tell us about your experience.
This is my first year, and there are many great players in the India tour, and I'm very inspired with those guys. And for like this season, I'm not really playing well, but I'm trying to grind, and I may have not play a lot of more tournaments from now, but I'm gonna try my best, and I hope at the end it will be a great season.
Makoto, you played here this week. You missed the cut, unfortunately. But what do you make of the windy conditions here? Are these the toughest conditions that you've played on in India?
Sometimes when I'm in Japan, it's still there's kind of windy days, but especially the greens are really firm, and that was the toughest thing in this course.
Thank you, Makoto. Thank you for talking to us. And it's back to the commentators in the studio.
We are back on hole number 10 with Harshjeet Sethi, Saptak Talwar in your frames at the moment. As the shadows get smaller, the day heating up, and so are the greens. They're becoming quicker and bumpier. This should move a little left to right. The wind definitely has died down a little, which is very surprising. I don't see as much a flutter on the players' t-shirts as it was a little while ago. The gentle giant Harshjeet Sethi just taking his marker back from the line that Saptak Talwar just recently putted on, making sure he doesn't forget to move his marker back to its original position. Om Prakash Chauhan now attempting that birdie in a very quick downhill position on hole number 10. It's very surprising that the players have not been able to find the speed in the line in the last few groups of the day. I think the greens are a little quicker, hence they are turning more. Seems to be discussing the same with his caddy, Om Prakash Chauhan. Looks like that ball marker has now come on Harshjeet Sethi's intended line of play. Saptak had to move it to the side. Makes no mistake, Harshjeet saves his par. After moving his marker back into position, Saptak Talwar to tap that in for a par 5 on hole number 10. The man from Patna making moves goes by the name Fear the Hat. 5 under for the day, Aman Raj, and also 5 under for the championship. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through day 3 here at the beautiful Coimbatore Golf Club at the 2023 Coimbatore Open presented by KGiSL. At the halfway mark, the tournament is being led by Aryan Rupa Anand at 12 under, closely followed by Manish Thakran at 10 under for the championship, and Om Prakash making his way 3 under for the day and 9 under for the championship.
Well, coming back to Fear the Hat, there used to be a very famous golfer from Japan who used to wear a very similar hat, Shingo Katayama. And we used to call him Cat with a Hat. So we have, and you know, I was reading an article on Shingo and Shingo used to warm up left-handed, though he was a right-handed golfer. And when he was, it's kind of strange to have that particular aspect, warming up left-handed, playing right-handed. You can see the scoreboard on the screen. Aryan 2 shots ahead of Manish, 3 ahead of Om, and 4 ahead of Saptak. Aman Raj playing well today. He's 5 under for today, 5 under for the tournament, making a move, and so is Sanit Vishnoi. He is also 5 under today. So beg your pardon, 4 under for today, 5 under for the tournament. Well, still early days as far as the result of this event is concerned, but Aryan definitely looks like he's in control of his game. Reached the back 9. Our leader group has reached the back 9 at Coimbatore. The wind seems to be less of a factor right now. It's gotten quite windy in the middle stages of the front 9, but it seems like the wind has died down and made scoring a bit easier. The early starters have had a good start. We have Dipankar Kaushal also at 4 under and 4 under for today, and after making a double bogey on number 10, which is surprising. He's come back with 2 birdies on 13 and 14. So looks like scoring is a bit easier now than it was earlier. Well, Coimbatore is also known as the Manchester of South India because it's got all the textile factories out there, and it's also it's also famous for its machine tools factories. That was Mr. Rajgopal, the founder of the of Coimbatore Golf Course. Actually, he used to run Lakshmi Machine Tools, which was a big machinery manufacturer. And I remember when they first started the golf course, when they got all the machines from abroad, they actually replicated them at their own factory. And then that used to be used for a long time. I would say we haven't had very many professional golfers come from Coimbatore. There used to be JJ Chakola, he played the Asian Games, I think, silver medalist, but he's just he didn't make his mark as a pro, but he was a very promising amateur. The leaders have reached number 10. Manish playing from the left rough on number 10. See that it's come up a bit shy. Probably not the best of lies in the rough there. Hole number 10 is a dog leg right to left, par 5, measuring at 590 odd yards, and generally plays into a left to right headwind. So playing a little 70-80 yards more than its written down yardage. Rangaraja is sizing up his chip. You see the elevation change from on the chip. The fairway is at least 5-6 feet below the level of the green, at the front of the green. Just misjudging it there a bit, coming up a bit shy. Not the easiest green to chip onto because of its elevation, and it's almost like a overturned saucer. So it's got a lot of roll offs on every side and a false front in front. And the green slopes drastically from back to front, and the grain is very dominant from left to right. This putt should be moving a bit from left to right. Yeah. So Manish making a move there. He's just birdied that hole that takes him to 11 under. One shot back now. You have to take confirmation. I'm not sure whether he was 3 on or not, but it looked like he was. Aryan with his birdie attempt from just right of the green. Pretty slow because this one is completely into the grain. See that he's just come up a bit short. When you have grain like this, and if you get a few putts with the grain which are very fast, and then you suddenly get one which is into the grain and which is slow, it's not easy to judge the speed correctly.
Just a short while ago, Harshjeet Sethi, who made that double bogey on the par 5 7th, came with back-to-back birdies on number 9 and 10. No wonder we saw that fist pump of his just a short while ago, moving in back onto 7 under and tied for the 4th position alongside Saptak Talwar. Making moves on day number 3 is Aman Raj, 5 under for the day and 5 for the championship, alongside Sanid Bishnoi, who's 4 under for the day, having made 3 birdies back to back on 9, 10, and 11. 4 under for the day and 5 under for the championship. Back to a 2-shot lead.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Wind seems to have died down quite a lot. So this golf course is all about the wind. So it's going to play much a couple of shots easier now, at least.
So you have the seven sisters in your frame on hole number 6, guarding that fairway off the tee. I think back in the day, I've seen a few people getting stuck on the top of those palms, Amit.
Yes, I remember somebody. I can't remember who it was who was playing with me whose ball got stuck. And the thing is, you need to identify the ball though. So you can't say, okay, my ball is stuck up in the tree. You need to, be able to identify that's my ball. And which is when we used a distance measuring device to, zoom in on the golf ball to check whether the number of the ball.
The two-shot lead has suddenly been shot down to 1, with Manish Takran making a birdie on hole number 10, 1 under for the day and 11 for the championship. It's getting a little bunched up there with Om Prakash making 3 birdies and moving on to 9 under. There are a couple of 7 unders behind Om Prakash, which is Harshit Singh Sethi and Saptak Talwar.
Well, it's Manish has come back from a bit of a shaky start, so you can see that he's growing in confidence. So, and now Om Prakash has just birdied number 11 to go to 10 under. So it's just it's bunched up in the top 3. 7 looks to be a bit far, but it's early days. It's just the 3rd round, so a lot of things will change by the end of the day.
Yes, it is still move in the right direction, especially by Aman Raj and Sanit Bishnoi. Followed by Dipankar at the back. Dipankar's had a bit of a trouble on hole number 10, made a double bogey against his 6 birdies and 4 under for the day.
Manish on the 11th fairway with the second shot. Very gentle dogleg from left to right, 420 yards. The pin tucked up in the top right.
I think again the wind coming a little into play. It's not going to be really easy to hit this one close, right, Amit?
Yeah, you can see that the wind, like 5 minutes ago, it was hardly any wind, and now you can see the flag how it's moving. So
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Not a very long hole, the 11th. The way it is playing, it's only 408 yards. With the wind howling behind them, probably plays about 40 yards, 50 yards short of what it reads on the card.
yeah, it's a second shot hole. It's you judge how much the ball's going to release once it hits the putting surface.
It will definitely get a big bounce because that wind pushing the ball down and minimizing the backspin.
And see how the ball's coming much lower than it usually does, right? It's pretty well judged. Maybe a yard or two closer would be better.
Tougher angle for Aryan to come in from, especially if he's coming out of the first cut on the right side of the fairway.
And this one should will have purchase once it hits the green. So he's looking to land it maybe a yard or two inside the green.
I would want to do that, ideally, a high lofted one.
It's short. Yeah, that was the chance that could happen, that he had to take, because a bit short wouldn't release up that bank that they have in front of the green.
You could tell by the way he walked off that shot, he didn't really like it.
Boy, it's a lottery with your lie, but you're supposed to hit the fairway. But you could get some really scruffy lies, and getting the ball to react the way you want it to. It's a big challenge then.
All depends on what kind of lie you end up with. At times you get yourself a nice decent lie and you can still be aggressive with your approach shot.
We might have a tie at the end of this hole. He still has a lot of work to do to make his par.
Well, with the way Aryan is playing and has been playing for the last more than 36 holes now, 45 holes I'd say. I won't put it aside. I mean, I think he'll make an up and down without any problem.
It's the pin's about 17, 18 yards inside, so it's a good part of 50, 60 feet.
He's got enough green to work with. There's nothing that's in his way that he has to really be worried about.
For those amateurs who would want to know what a professional golfer is looking to do for a putt of that length, anything within 4 feet would be a really good putt.
Yeah, a 3.5 foot circle around the hole. If you draw a circle around the hole, anything within that is good enough. Just came a little short, Aryan, on his approach chip.
On the right side of the screen, Saptak playing his second shot. Saptak playing his second shot on number 12. So you can see the variety of pin positions they have to deal with. We have Saptak playing to a front left position and the leader group playing to a back right pin position. So, generally in a professional golf tournament, the pins are distributed as the 6 will have relatively easy pin positions, 6 medium, and 6 difficult ones. Equally distributed between front, middle, and back, and also left, right, and center. So and that's the job of the tournament director, Sampath Chari, to give this combination, which has to have all 3 aspects of difficulty, depth, that's front, middle, and back, and left, right, and center as direction wise. So that no single shot pattern is favored.
I think it's a mix of it's a very good mix of easy, tough, and medium kind of hole locations today. Not every one of them is stuck in corners, so it gives the players enough chances to make birdies, and then there are ones that you want to walk away with pars.
So Aryan with his par attempt on number 11. Om Prakash Chauhan with his chip on number 12. Just giving the chip a little too much of respect, or it was faster than it is.
I think the one player who's really making his moves today and in the hunt for the lead at the moment is definitely Om Prakash Chauhan. Absolutely flawless scorecard so far through 11 holes with 4 birdies, making the turn at 33, picking up another one on 11.
And Aryan missing his par on number 11 brings us into a tie at 11 under with Manish now. Manish still has a little bit of work for his par at number 11. Should be able to tidy it up quickly. So Manish for his par on the left of your screen, and OP for his par on the right.
Om Prakash also riding high on his victory on the Challenge Tour at Bangalore very recently.
There's a few changes on the scorecard on the scoreboard coming up with Aryan dropping back to 11 under. Manish now is tied with Aryan at 11 under, and Om Prakash dropping down back to 9 under. First blemish on his scorecard today. Saptak with his birdie attempt on number 12.
T-shirt of his back into his armpit.
And then well, now it's getting more bunched up than before.
Like I said, Amit, it will get punched up as the day progresses, because there are more birdie holes coming up in the back nine now. Somebody or the other will definitely make a charge.
Where our leader group has moved to hole number 12 now.
Amit, if predictions were to be made, what do you think the 3-round total is going to be as far as the lead is concerned into the final 18?
So the first 2 rounds, the leading score was 10 under. So it's an average of 5 under, I would say. 2 under. So maybe about 15 under.
Today, at the end of today?
No, not end of today. At the end of 4 rounds.
Okay,
I'm
saying just today.
I would say 12 or 13 under.
Yeah, I think my number to pick for the day would be 12 under.
Yeah, more likely 12 than 13, but it could go to 13.
As the things heat up, it's bound to put some brakes on the scores.
Because now we have only one par 5 left, which is a scoring opportunity. And the hole number 12 is 380-yard par 4, bit of a dogleg from right to left.
That's a brilliant golf shot.
That was Manish Sisodia playing his third shot on number 13, which is the par 5. Left himself, so very makeable.
Shivinder's made some mistakes today. He'd be looking to make that back-to-back birdies after number 12. Like I said, it is again a game of bouncing back after a bad hole. And Shivinder has had a few. He's had a double bogey to start with in the first, then he had a double bogey on hole number 8, the Grand Canyon, and also a bogey on the par 5 10th. Against his 3 birdies on number 3, 4 years like at the Olympics. Every week you have a chance to prove yourself.
Yeah, golf gives you that opportunity time and again, and it's a very leveling sport. You know, it never lets you get too far ahead of yourself.
Even the best in the sport have always kept their head on their shoulders.
Abhijit with his birdie attempt on number 13.
Even number 13 playing into the wind is not really reachable.
Yeah, and it's a very sharp dog leg from right to
And it's a
left.
tight tee shot
Yeah.
as well. You need to place your ball on the right half of the fairway.
And on the right is also the out of bounds fence. So you want to keep it on the right, but you can't have a miss to the right.
Sporty. 15 rather.
Karan Pratap with his birdie attempt on number 13. Uphill. Looks like it's a bit from his right. Hasn't had a rough stretch of holes from number 6 onwards. He got off to a flyer, but then he made. It's not sure about his line. He wants to rethink this.
I think it is better to get away from the ball rather than be standing there and being indecisive.
Absolutely, bad decision is better than an indecision in this game. That's a good part. That should get him going in the right direction again. Lovely bird's eye view of the 13th green. Shivendra Sisodia for his birdie on number 13. Our leader group is on hole number 12. It's 380-yard par 4, right to left. and pins in the front right, sorry, front left. Manish with his birdie putt. A little heavy-handed with that.
Just charged it up a little more than what he would probably want.
Aryan with his birdie putt now. Both co-leaders playing together, Aryan and Manish. That must have looked really good to him.
Brilliant effort. Never up, never in, huh? Go by that principle, Amit.
From that distance, it's it's all right. It's not a. It's I wouldn't be upset, but just slipping it out or leaving it just a bit short.
You won't be losing any sleep over that one.
Yep. This is a knee knocker though. It's left to right downhill. Was really well holed by Manish. So both our leaders, Manish and Aryan, making par on number 12.
Here is one man who doesn't want that flag out. Ever. And Thangaraja from Sri Lanka.
Well, we have Abhijit Chadha, who's put a string of birdies together on number 11, 12, and 13, and he's catapulted himself to number 7 under in 5th place.
3 under for the day and 7 for the championship. On moving day, we have Manish Thakran and Aryan both on top of the leaderboard, tied at 11 under through 11 holes. Here at the beautiful Coimbatore Golf Club. You can tell by the expression what the ball has done.
I was a near miss. Like his missed par attempt on number 11.
You can tell by the body language of a golfer what exactly happened to that ball.
Saptak with his third shot on number 13, the par 5. Coming up a bit short, probably mishit it a bit.
I think it is tough to judge the wind, Amit. And it's all got to do with the wind.
Yeah, it's a front flag, so if you want to hit it close, you need to pitch it about a couple of yards into the green from where he was coming.
Because all these players are good ball strikers. You don't really see them making mistakes
Yeah, probably. It's just it's so gusty in Coimbatore. So you might just the wind sometimes just throws it down. Also, you're expecting it to fly, and the wind is from behind. You think it's so strong that the trajectory becomes low and it lands a bit short and rolls more. So if it's a front flag, it's going to be it's very demanding because you're not sure how much it's going to fly.
I think that's where the trust factor comes in.
Opie with his chip on number 13.
He's got soft hands, huh? Lofted that a little.
Yeah, he's probably very risky and
He would be surprised with the way that ball behaved and where it is finished. I'm surprised because he's got a beautiful touch around the greens.
and today from what we've seen is the greens are a bit faster than the previous 2 days, and a lot of chips are going past, and a lot of putts are missing on the lower side. That with this chip on number 13, he's having come up short with his approach. It's got about a 4-footer for his par.
You were right, Amit. I think a four round total of minus 15, minus 16 would be the number to be walking away with that trophy.
Yeah, because I always feel like the conditions get pin positions also having played. They're always tougher in the last 2 rounds. So
True.
I give a couple, at least 2 shots around onto the difficulty of the pins. So especially so when somebody's like Sanit shoots a really low round on the final round, it's really good because the pins are really difficult that day. So you generally don't see 8 unders and 9 unders on the final 2 days of a tournament.
Very seldom. I think you're right with that.
Even on the PGA tour, it's you have 156 field. If you put tough pins, it's going to be difficult to finish the round of golf.
Or it depends if you're playing the US Open, then those numbers are completely unheard of.
So then,
Or for that matter, that very recently concluded British Open especially the last day, completely. I mean, the course and the wind and the rain.
Arshjeet with his birdie attempt on number 13, left to right downhill.
Would be looking to capitalize on this one.
Looks like he misread it.
He's had a string of birdies on 9 and 10, close miss on 12, another close miss here on number 13 again. Still trying to make sense of why that ball moved left on him.
Saptak has got a little bit of work left for his par on number 13.
Would you say that's almost straightish, or do you think that's going to move a hair left to right?
Left to right. Sure, you see the grain is into the grain and left to right both. I would give it left edge. But I don't know which way the wind is, so I'm not sure about.
I think the wind is dying down. Look at his t-shirt. It's barely moving.
Yeah, good finish. Good cleanup. Some pars are better than others.
Like I said, the moving nine, or the rather the more scoring nine, is the back nine here, as being displayed by Abhijit Singh Chadda. Has had a string of birdies on 11, 12, and 13. Also, back in the day, Amit, hole number 14 used to be a par 5 dogleg right to left, if you remember, with the out of bounds running on the right.
14 was part 3. 15.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. That was number 13. You're right.
Yeah,
No, no.
number
So,
13,
so,
yeah.
so there's no change on that.
We're
There's
going
no change.
back towards the
Correct.
towards the main road now.
Correct.
Yeah. And then we come back this way along the side road. So, having played Coimbatore from its nascent years, there's a road that surrounds the golf course. So
Almost on all four sides.
on all four sides. So our relationship for that golf course is okay. It's parallel to that road. So
Yeah, it becomes a reference on which road, whether it's on the east or the west.
yeah. This is from what I remember.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Moving in a certain direction.
And when because the tea is like in a funnel and it's got trees and you don't feel anything, but you can see the flag moving, but no, the wind on top is much stronger. So I always remember a lot of misjudgment as far as clubs was concerned.
True. And then again, I think the next hole also becomes very interesting. The 15th,
It's a tight hole. Yeah.
with that wind blowing off the right
Mm-hmm.
from the out of bounds inside. It's a narrow fairway.
And that it's important to hit that fairway because it's small green, sloping front to back, right to left. You want to.
It actually gives you a choice of tee shots. One can go with a 4-iron off the tee or with the driver. The driver only leaves you anything around between a 10 to a 20 yarder.
So Thangaraja looks like he's in
Bit of trouble.
Yeah. Tree trouble on number 13. Looks like he's on the left side.
I can see a red stake there. That's penalty area.
This is just short of that hazard that the penalty area that they made earlier when it was first found at this golf course. This penalty area did not exist because this is otherwise you could hit this green in too easily.
Again, I think it all depends on where the wind is blowing from.
Well, leaders are going to take a little bit of time playing this 13th hole. There's you can see the tournament and the referees there for a ruling.
He has a couple of choices here. He can either play from where the ball lies or take it unplayable and go as far back as possible or as far back as he wants, keeping the point of entry and the flag in one line. Or the third option that he has is go back to the tee from where he hit the
Last shot.
last shot.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's Thangaraja or Manish who's in the rough. So
These rules have, from time to time, have been amended and have been made changes to purely to make the sport a little quicker.
everybody seems to be in the left.
I think it probably is Aryan because I can see Thangaraja walking off into the fairway and Aryan walking around with the 9, probably to find an opening or to decide where to drop that ball. We'll just get to know shortly.
Actually, I saw Manish in the trees also. So not sure if it's just one of them or both of them. Or maybe so there's one. Okay, so Manish's ball is in the fairway. We'll have some changes on scoreboard after this all for sure. Not sure if it's because I saw him in the rough on the left.
That would be his second, I think.
So I'm not sure if it's his third or fourth shot.
Should be his third. I haven't seen him in trouble so far, apart from. I don't think he's taken 2 shots already on this one. Just to keep the pace of play in position, Manish seems to be going ahead with his approach onto the 13th.
Very well judged. It was a really tight shot from where he was coming. Very little green to work with.
Got his line and his distance right. Tanga is also on the green somewhere. Seems to be tapping down the undulations on the green. So it's Aryan in trouble at the moment, Amit. There's going to be a change of guard on top. What remains to be seen is whether Aryan can minimize this difference to 1 shot, or is it going to be a difference of and a change of fortunes of 2 shots? Because Manish seems to be lying within a birdieable distance here on the 13th and tied alongside Aryan. If Aryan can save that par, the difference would be reduced to 1, and if he cannot, then it could be a 2-shot swing here on the 13th.
When it was first made, you could almost see the green from the fairway, and now that the vegetation has increased so much that it's like a full-fledged jungle.
The trees have grown taller.
And you could then they've also added the water body on the front left.
So you are forced to hit it right of the hole,
Yeah.
right side of the fairway.
And you can't, roll it on. You need to fly it on. This is the penultimate group on number 14. Harshjeet, Saptak, and Om Prakash Chauhan.
For the viewers who have just joined us, this is third round of the Coimbatore Open 23 presented by KGiSL in progress. And in a very commanding position through hole 12 of day 3 is Manish Thakran, who's sitting pretty for and looking at another birdie, while Aryan Rupa Anand finds himself in a bit of trouble off the tee here on this par 5.
Coming up a bit short, giving a lot of respect. It's a really quick downhill left to right putt.
This beautiful Coimbatore Golf Club is spread across 130 acres of land, the Palghat Hills. It's part of the Western Ghats. It's a scenic backdrop of the Nilgiris mountains.
I'm not sure which shot Aryan is going to play now, but just presuming that he's found his ball, and it looks like it's his 4th shot or 5th shot, right?
Well, whatever it is, Amit, this can be a this probably is the most important position of his round today so far. He needs to make that up and down. Chooses to go with the putter.
Pretty straightforward, uphill, almost straight. Makes a really good putt. Makes it.
What do you think that's going to do to his game?
Golf is such a leveler. You just need one good shot a hole to make par.
Yep.
You don't need to have all good shots. So Aryan finishing up with a long putt. Not sure what he's made, but he's minimized the damage.
Fortunes can change in a minute in this sport.
Manish's putt got a bit longer.
The wind seems to be picking up again.
Manish has been really rock solid over this distance, from the first two holes. And then the one previous hole also, he had a similar length putt.
Also, without wasting any time, he was so sure of his line. He'd done his
all of
homework
them have
already.
been downhill left right. For a right-hander, a downhill left right putt is probably more testing one.
Back to Om Prakash Chauhan on hole number 14. The long par 3.
Good roll. This looks like it's a 2. You bring him up to 10 under again.
That was a brilliant shot off the tee. In fact, looking at the way the wind is blowing, it's nothing less than a 5-iron from that distance.
Harshjeet cleaning up for his par. That must be a big relief. He missed a very similar length putt on the last hole.
There he's talking to his caddy. You can see he's talking to Om Prakash and probably discussing how the greens are. I probably thought it was downhill, but it was not. It was uphill. It was sidehill. Very animated young Harshjeet.
Beautiful view of the Coimbatore golf course.
One of the early movers of the day, Aman Raj, against his 5 birdies, had picked up a sole bogey on the par 3 16th and returned in a card of 4 under for the day. The best card in the clubhouse so far, day number 3.
Aerial views of Coimbatore golf course. Tournament leader Manish. So we got confirmation both Manish and Aryan made par on number 13. So the lead is still 11 under.
What a 5 that was for Aryan. After having found trouble on hole number 13. Hole 14, the long par 3.
Pretty good angle to putt from. Straight up the hill.
Aryan, after that fantastic par save on number 13, would be looking to make amends for the couple of mistakes that he's made. Nice and aggressive ball swing. Staring it down.
Look like it's gone a little. It's come up short and right.
Wind's blowing right to left for him, right? So it would have moved right to left. So it probably overborrowed the wind a bit. Goes a couple of yards down, Amit. You'd say 4 or 5 yards down.
Yeah, at least 4. It's a par three that I won't say it's a difficult uh, par three to make par, but it's a difficult par three to make birdie on.
Especially with the wind, the way it is blowing at the moment.
Yeah.
Because whatever you hit to the right, I mean, if you're bringing it from the right, you'd have less control on the way the ball is going to react the moment it hits the green. When we used to play earlier, I don't think anybody used trolley for their golf bags, and it's become so popular now. I remember one tournament I was it was and somewhere in Delhi. My caddy was using a trolley and says, "No, sir, trolleys are not allowed in the tournament." So it's come a long way. These these bags are so heavy, and it's so much easier to carry with a trolley. Anish and Tangarajan having a good chat. Tangaraja's got a spring back in his step. He's just birdied 12 and 13. So he's back to 8 under now. Just 3 off the lead, Amit. In tied for fifth with Harshit Sethi. I beg your pardon, tied for fourth with Saptak Talwar, both at 8 under. Amongst the top 10, there are only 3 players who are over par for the day. Saptak Talwar 1 over, Thangaraja 2, and Harshit Sethi 1. They still have a few holes to level up their scores on day 3.
Yeah, a couple of 4 unders today. Sorry, just 1 4 under today by Aman.
Sachin Bisoya also 4 under for the day, but he has still 3 more holes to go.
And the Pankar finishing up with 69, 3 under.
The Pankar dropped another stroke, so he's had 2 bad holes, a double on the 10th and a bogey on the 16th against his 5 birdies. Big jump for him.
Aryan putting from off the green on number 14. Good speed on that. He just finish it up, get out of the way. The winds picked up a bit again.
Yeah, we just saw that a short while ago when Manish Thakran was putting out for his par save on number 13. There was a bit of a extra flutter on his t-shirt.
Rangarajan, one of the quicker players on our tour. $25 downhill left to right. We thought it was a bit faster than it is. Manish has a relatively easy putt as far as amount of borrow the ball is going to take. So can be a little bit aggressive with this.
Amit, although I mean, sitting here, it'd be easier to say that one can be aggressive, definitely. But none of these players, given the conditions that are prevalent at the moment, the way the wind is blowing, nobody wants more than a 2 footer as a return putt.
Absolutely. No, I'm just saying he probably
Yes,
has one of the easiest putts on this green.
right, right.
He's giving it a
So just a while ago, when you and I were wondering if Om Prakash made a birdie on the 14th, it was actually a save for a par, which makes it even more important for him to be within striking distance of the leaders.
that was a good par then because it was a tester for par.
Yeah, I think it was a good 8-10 footer downhill. See, the bunch up is getting a little tighter now. Within 5 shots of the leader, from Abhijit Chadda all the way till Manish Thakran, there's just 5 shots separating the top 9 players.
Yep. Manish cleaning up for his par.
Few more, I'd say, realistic birdie chances coming up on number 15 and 18. I'd say 16 being a good toughish par three.
16th, yeah, 16th.
16 is a good par three.
17th is short, I would say. Right?
But the wind, I think, is blowing left, right, and into you with that water hazard playing right in the middle of the fairway, just off the middle of the fairway on the right.
Yeah, I would say
You've got to favor the left side a bit. For ones who have just joined us, we are 4 holes short of completing the third round here at the beautiful Coimbatore Golf Club at the Coimbatore Open 23 presented by KGiSL.
We have a joint lead with Takran and Aryan Rupanand at 11 under. In third place is Prakash. He's 3 under today. So
Quickly narrowing that gap between himself and the leaders. Starting the day at 6 under, 4 behind the leaders, is now just 2 behind.
the 15th tee box, 15 being shortish par 4.
Presents a very realistic birdie chance, birdie opportunity.
It's 320.
That's what I said, Amit. If one was to take the driver on, you can get within 20 yards of the green. But if that flag is stuck over the bunker on the right, then I'd much rather be coming in with a 90 or 100 yarder.
So
As
it gives you multiple choices of the tee. You know, you can go for it depending on the pin position. Yeah. So it's quite a few birdies today.
So the 15th actually does present a very relatively easier birdie opportunity with that flag, only 11 from the front and 6 off the left. So you anywhere in the fairway, you don't really have to think about that greenside trap much.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy.
It's an
approach.
accessible flag.
To see what our leaders choose to do. For a modern day golf course, 15th is relatively short. When we used to play, it was the longer hitters would reach the green probably, right? Or
Yeah, but
maybe not in that, but now it's very much cutover.
Amit, looking at the way the golf course has matured, I think back in the day the ball used to run a bit, you know. So there on your screens, the course record held at the Coimbatore Golf Club is 7 under par till date, 65. Somebody came really close yesterday with a 64. I think that was Manish Thakran. So the current course record is held by Kapil Kumar, M. Dharma, and Shivinder Singh Sisodia. We'll just have to wait and see if that gets broken. Abhijit doesn't seem to like his tee shot on number 17.
Yeah, it's
With his distance, he can easily fly that water hazard.
yeah,
And if he does, he's not left with anything more than a 90 or a 100 yarder.
I think it's just
There, we were just talking about him, Shivinder Singh Sisodia, who holds the course record, is tied for the course record.
quite a few low scores to its name.
Quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Not having the best of days today, Shivinder, with a couple of doubles on his and a couple of bogeys on his card against 4 birdies. The 2 closing holes, he'd be looking to make amends. Aggressive player, Shivinder.
Went after that one.
He seems to like it too.
Third member in this group, Karan Pratap Singh.
Just making sure he gets the wind right.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a adventure today. Started off with a bang, but then had a stretch of bad holes. Came back and again had a stretch of bad holes.
I think that's the beauty of the sport. The one moment you're on top of it, and the next moment you seem to have lost it, and then you pick yourself up again and move on. Beautiful goal swing. Seems to be happy with that one. Quick to retrieve the tee.
I think 17 looks like a tee shot everybody's going after because that's with the hazard on the right. You need to make sure that you.
Also, it's not a very long hole, so most of the players want to get within wedge distance and try and capitalize on that. There you go. Marimuthu holds out on hole number 17 with his birdie putt. Marimuthu is in the mix of things. He's having a good round. He's got 3 under on the card so far today and 6 total.
Yeah, he's very much in it.
With a pair of bogeys, he's got 5 birdies against that.
Yeah, if that was a birdie, that takes him to 7 under.
So the best round for the day has been clocked by Sachin Bisoya, 5 under, and in the clubhouse. Holds on to the clubhouse lead at the moment at 6 under.
This looks like a birdie putt. Yeah, he's steadied his ship. Went off to a very shaky start, had bogeyed 3 of his first 4 holes, but has had all pars and 3 birdies since then. So
The third member in the team, Harinder Gupta, will be looking to hold this 6-footer. Oh, is that hole bigger than normal? Because everybody seems to be finding the bottom of it, especially in this group.
Mine was too short the way, so.
Chief referee the tournament director needs to check the diameter of that hole. It's one of the tougher holes if you don't go with the driver on this one. If you're left with anything longer than a wedge. Just a short while ago, that's what we saw. Abhijit going into probably the left side of the fairway, if not in the rough.
His body language showed where he had hit the shot.
Yeah, his as well as Karan's.
Getting to of our coverage, we've got 3 more holes for our leaders to finish. They're up their 3rd round.
Yeah. Buddy. Are you going to play it? Oh. And let's see what Manish Thakran has to say about the wind on this golf course here in Coimbatore.
You have to look at the camera even though I lost position. Okay, Manish, great first 2 rounds. How do you sum up the last 2 days for yourself?
I'll say that I putted it well and my approach shots were really good. I controlled all my approach shots in this strong wind, and yesterday wind was not that much because I teed off in the first half, and today in the afternoon it kept increasing. In my first half I had 5 birdies, and then in second 9 the wind kept increasing, so it was good up and down round also.
And you mentioned about your injury. Just tell us about getting back on track, getting again back on track.
Shivendra seems to have misjudged the wind out here. He's also over the back. You can see the grain is from front to back on this green, so I'm sure the balls are not it's not that receptive. The grain makes the ball skid a bit.
Also, Amit, I think it won't be receptive because it's heating up now. It's baking up, so the greens will definitely become a little harder than the way the day started.
Rehearsing what he needs to do.
I think from where he was, this is not a bad position to be in. There's hardly any trouble in front of him. as a straightforward chip.
Third person in this group, Abhijit, a bit of trouble. Very well played from there.
It's quite decently done, yes. Is the wind switching, or was I judging it wrong, Amit? Because suddenly it's become. No, it is head, right? It is head of the tee, right?
It's head straightish. A little bit from the right. Very similar chips for Karan and Shivendra.
This has a possible chance of threatening the hole. Probably will move a little right to left. What do you say, Amit?
Looks like he's aiming a bit right.
Just inherit.
Just inherit that patch. Short of the green, killed it.
Shivendra has a relatively easier
chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think out of that grass, there most of the players have been fluffing it a little bit, right? It's that.
Abhijit with his
I think this
attempt.
This is an important one for Abhijit, having fought back his way with those 3 birdies, and to stay in red numbers for the day. I think also the claw grip now, you can see, Amit.
Yeah, a lot of them using the claw grip.
Not to be.
At least 2 in this 3 ball. So that bogey would take Abhijit back to 5 under. 1 under for today.
Again, with this distance, I think the 18th is again a very possible birdie opportunity. With the wind behind his.
Yeah, it's just 450 yard, but it is more like 400. You know, it's just a driver and a.
There have been a decent number of birdies on the 18th, playing downhill.
I think he misread it. He was aligned there also. He was aligned at the right, just didn't turn at all. Disappointing bogey. That kind of a day for Karan today. Near misses. Shivendra cleaning up for his palm.
Surprisingly, 2 bogeys in this group, huh? On this.
Yeah.
I'd say a very, well, maybe a slight dogleg left to right, almost straightish. Par 4.
Yeah, I guess it's hitting these greens with this wind, it's very difficult when you're coming from the rough. It's tough to hold the ball on the green. It's like he's a bit left from his body language. I was Saptak Talwar on the 17th.
Big man Sethi on the tee next.
Harshit, eager to get on with it.
I think the big stick seems to be the favorite club on number 17. Definitely everybody's flying that hazard on the right.
Yep.
And they want to get a short iron in, if not a wedge. With his distance, he'll definitely get less than a wedge. So, like we were talking about hole number 15 just a while ago, quite a few players have seemed to have birdied it. Manish Thakran is in the lead now. The baton has changed hands. Aryan could only manage a 4. Om Prakash Chauhan, Saptak Talwar, and Harshjeet Sethi, all having birdied number 15. Now the bunch up is that Manish Thakran at 12 under par, Aryan Anand at 11 under, Om Prakash Chauhan at 10, Saptak Talwar at 9, Harshjeet Singh Sethi at 8. In lone sixth position is N. Thangaraja of Sri Lanka at 7 under par.
And Sachin Bisoya with the low round today of 67, 5 under. He's at 6 under.
He's just catapulted himself almost 20 places. That's a big jump for our first time winner, Sachin. In Kolkata, right after the qualifying school. It is definitely getting interesting up there, Amit.
Yep, it's getting tighter and tighter. The leaders haven't put much daylight between themselves and the chasing pack, so it's a big bunch up there. Anything 7 under to 12 under, 6 under is at 9th, and our leader is at 12. And on a golf course like this,
it's anybody's game.
Yeah, 6 under is definitely in it.
Yep.
Like you've seen today, if Sachin had 67, and that if he has another 67, that takes him to 11 under. You know, so
he's well within striking distance.
This is the group of Harinder Gupta, Pukhraj Singh Gill, finishing up on the 18th. Third member in that group is Marimuthu. Raj on number 18. Narrowly missing. Probably misjudged the line. The 18th is a 450-yard par 4, but with this wind, plays more like 400, maybe 380.
I'd say that, Amit. Although it goes slightly uphill when you hit it off the tee, there's a ridge that if you fly that ridge, which is about 275 yards, if you fly it over that, you're going to gain another 20 yards of distance.
Absolutely. And when the wind changes direction, yeah, this one plays like 550. It's almost a short par 5. Aryan over the green on number 16 from the looks of it, the par 3. Beautiful pitch shot. Got the applause of his playing partners. But 16th is a par 3.
See, that's what sportsman spirit is all about. You appreciate a good shot. It doesn't matter whether your playing partner is a friend of yours or not. And Thangaraja doing exactly that, appreciating Aryan's efforts.
It's got the green has a big fall off at the back. That was actually a really good pitch shot.
Yeah, Aryan, quite a all-rounded player, with his tee shots, irons, bunkers, putting, of
Manish with
course.
his birdie attempt on number 16. Wow,
That was close.
got a big part of the hole.
Many a slip
Unlucky
between the
a
cup
bit.
and the lip.
He's putted really well today, Manish. You know, he's held a lot of testers. His pace has been generally spot on. Never left himself too much of work.
Also very confident with the way he, once he's decided, I haven't seen him move off the ball and regroup again.
Yeah, and
He's quite decisive with what he wants to go ahead with.
and probably out of all the people all the players we've seen playing today, most decisive on his line.
Yes,
You know, he's hasn't second guessed his line at all today.
he's never moved away from the ball.
Look at this. Abhijit Singh Chadha with his approach shot on number 18, the par 4. You can see the speed of the wind, the flag, at least 40-50 yards of wind on your tee shot, maybe
Yep.
15-20 on your second shot.
But luckily, Amit, even with that wind blowing behind you on the 18th, the flag is not too close to the front, so you have enough green to work with. It's 17 yards inside, and
On a downwind hole, the front flags are
so pitching it on the green is not going to be much of a problem.
really good pass saved by Aryan Rupaland on number 16. He was over the back of the green, hit a really good pitch to 6 feet and then hold it.
I think that was important for his own position as he stands a shot behind Manish at the moment.
Absolutely. Because as far as this round goes, probably is crucial up and save, pass save.
There we have Mr. Flag in the hole and Thangaraja.
Yeah, just as far as twist of fortune is, if Manish had hold that,
it could have been a different story.
And Aryan did not get it up and down from my way. There would be a 2-shot swing and a 3-shot gap. So
which is now just reduced to 1.
Yeah.
Karan Pratap Singh.
And again, to win the way it is, it's playing relatively easy. More like a 3.75.
I'd say that. Amongst the top 10, we've had a few birdies on hole number 18. Marimuthu had a 3, and so did Sachin Basoya. Shankar Das has had a 3.
Marimuthu has had more bogeys and birdies than pars today. I don't think he had a single. Oh, he has just 1 par on the back 9 on number 10.
That's correct. He's got 7 birdies on his card against 3 bogeys.
Shivendra with his bunker shot.
A brilliant bunker shot.
On number 18.
Shivinder, after making those mistakes, has recovered decently well with birdies on 12 and 13. Hasn't had one after that, but luckily didn't drop a stroke.
Yeah,
Bit of an up and down round.
he's 2 over today, so
Still recovered a bit.
yeah.
Marimuthu closing up in style with birdies on 17 and 18. 4 under for the day and 7 under for the championship. Currently the leader in the clubhouse.
Bogeyed both the par threes, surprisingly.
He's a very good iron player,
yeah.
so it is definitely surprising.
Rangaraja on the 17 tee box. Karan finishing up on number 18.
That's surely a round Karan would like to forget about. Regroup and come tomorrow morning with a fresh start.
You know, one of the rounds which come in my mind when it comes to regrouping is, I think it was David Duval shot of 59 after 73.
After day 3, he went back. I remember him coming on for an interview. He says, "I went back, watched movies, ordered pizzas, and didn't go to the driving range." He says, "I knew I was doing everything right. It was just a matter of time when it all came together, and it sure did." The next day, matched the all-time low with the 13 under par 59
And it was at Doral.
at Dural. Yeah.
He just lacked a bit of pace there. The wind and the different grains, a lot of calculations to be made as far as putting is concerned. Bermuda grass it has got an aspect to it which, and predominantly it's Bermuda in India, so probably we have to learn to read the greens a bit better than other countries, I would say.
Yeah, I mean it's far easier to read a bent grass green as compared. There's hardly any line. All you have to cater for is the slope.
Yeah.
Here you got to look at the grain as well as the slope.
And you know how fast the green is, because the more you cut it, the grain gets less effective.
Correct. The customary take the hat off and handshakes.
From the good old gladiator days, huh?
All three walking off. I'm sure not very happy with their respective rounds and looking forward to a better performance on final day. Saptak Talwar in
Not sure what that is for though.
on your screens.
That's for birdie. That's probably the closest we've seen anybody hit.
In the last few groups, for sure.
Not very many birdies on 17 either. It's
I can see just a couple between Marumuthu and Harinder Gupta. They were playing together.
now we saw those two putts going.
Yes. Whatever that is for, it's important. Makes no mistake.
Yeah, he's been very consistent with his routine all day. Leader group finally making its way to the penultimate hole. Thamaraja has the honor there. He's furthest.
All seem to be in a decently commanding position. Left half of the fairway opens up the green a little more.
I've been impressed by Manish after the start he got. He looked a bit shaky initially, but he's played the last 12, 14 holes really well.
He's definitely proven himself today, Manish Thakran, with that lone bogey on hole number 3. Very unfortunate to have come on a par 5, which generally most of the pros want to capitalize on, but recovered very well with birdies on 5, 10, and 15. Our current leader, Manish Thakran, again finds himself in the middle of the fairway here on number 17, holding on to a slender one stroke margin over his playing partner, Arjun Rupa Anand.
Again from the left side of the fairway. Looks like he's pulled it a bit.
I think he was just off the fairway, Amit. That ball never checked up on the green, although the wind is into the face. I like Manish, didn't waste any time.
Yeah, he's being very decisive today. He's making his decisions and sticking to them.
I think that's a good position to be in, where that ball is. Putting into 11 o'clock.
For someone who has not been in this position before, he's really handled himself very well.
Very well.
Manish, our leader, is on the green, and his fellow playing partners are just over the back. We've seen a lot of balls finish at this particular point today, just over the back of the green on number 17 in the last 3-4 groups. We had Karan over the back. We had Shivendra over the back.
Most of the players, actually.
Yeah. Relatively easy chips, though, for both. They have enough green to play with. Straightforward. You can be aggressive with this. Thangaraja to go first.
Very similar position like Karan just a short while ago, huh?
Yeah, probably a little easier. Karan had a little less green to play with.
True.
And Thangaraja has really good hands. I wouldn't put it past him to hold this chip.
Definitely.
Ashjit and Om Prakash have some altitude difference between them. Air must be cool up there, right?
Right. You could say that.
Just a wee bit short.
Without wasting any time, he did give it an effort, man. Just a couple of rolls, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Few rolls, and could have had that elusive
we
birdie.
had another. Remember Tisa Chandradasa?
Yeah, I do.
He had soft hands also, right?
Brilliant hands.
Rupa Anand with his chip. Oh, he gave it a really good try. Must have looked really good. Manish with his birdie effort on number 17. Let's see how long he takes over this one.
I don't think he's going to take much of time. Looks like a quick player to me.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing, like with he hasn't second guessed himself today at all.
I like players who are quick about their decision making. It just minimizes mistakes, and and also is a very positive way to go around. Go about your round.
Yeah, he's just, I was just watching him. He just took the same amount. He just, once he's making his up his mind,
He doesn't
he's
waste
pulling
time.
the trigger. Yeah. So one more hole left for our leaders. The lead still with Manish at 12 under and Aryan at 11.
With another, I'd say, a realistic birdie opportunity on number 18.
Yeah,
A couple of good shots there.
lot of birdie chances coming up. We have Saptak in close there. And the other one looks to be OP Chauhan. So two small birdie putts coming up for our penultimate group. Harshjeet, the third person in that group.
That approach shot of Thakran's on hole number 17, was it a three-quarter shot, Amit? I've been told it was a three-quarter shot. I mean, it looked like it.
It looked like he slided it.
Yeah. Looked like a three-quarter. One of your favorite shots, I remember.
I know where this is coming from, so we'll talk about it later. Three very realistic birdie chances.
Beautiful. I mean, I think they have the hole covered from all sides now. One definitely looks like a tap, just over a tap in. And again, if he makes that, he's going to be within two shots of striking distance. Om Prakash Chauhan.
Yeah, he's the person you need to watch out for.
Yeah.
Because he can
shoot low numbers and
since he's had such a good year this year, his self belief is also sky high. Harshjeet Sethi hasn't had the best of years, but I'm really hoping that he has a good tournament this week.
he's a good player. I think he's just knocking on the door for a while now. He's had a couple of good finishes.
Birdie putt. That's 7 feet up the hill.
Can't come up short. He's had a brilliant back nine, Harshjeet Sethi, young man from Delhi Golf Club. In fact, after hole number 9, he's picked up birdies on 9, 10, and 15. Had a very realistic birdie opportunity here at the 18th as well. So Harshjeet would be our leader in the clubhouse at 8 under.
Saptak for his birdie now. That will take him to 9 under.
Would you say that's about
fourth.
4.5, 5 feet out?
No, less than that.
Less than that?
More like a 3-footer. But it's got a little bit of line to it.
Right to left?
Yeah.
Just a hair.
You could see him that he's taking a little longer than.
I think you disturbed him, Amit. He heard you there. He's moved off. It's not a 3-footer. He says it's a 4-footer. Amit, don't disturb me.
Yeah, you can see that he's aiming quite a bit to the right.
I think it's good to, the moment you are a little confused or indecisive of the fact or the line that you've picked, I think it's best to move off and regroup and come back again.
Absolutely. Hopefully, he's got his head clear now.
By the way, that ball reacted, I'm sure he has.
Yeah, that's good. Good birdie.
So there was a quick change in the lead in the clubhouse with Saptak Talwar closing in with a 3 on the last, sitting at 9 under for the tournament, even par for the day.
We have another change in the clubhouse lead with OP Chauhan finishing with a birdie, and which takes him to 10 under.
So I believe the gentle giant here, Harjit Sethi, has earned himself a nickname. He's known as Par 7 amongst his friends at Delhi Golf Club and has been given that name by none other than Arjun Singh. So there, the Par 7 walks off with a 3-round total of 8 under.
Our final group making their way to their tee shots.
You can see Aryan has found the middle of the fairway. Again, I think, Amit, the wind seems to be easing up a bit.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was
I don't
as
see
windy as it was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the top of the trees, I don't see them howling. There is a bit of breeze, but not really
It's
as
gusty.
windy as it was just a while ago. Although the shirts are fluttering.
Sure if Aryan hit a drive off this tee.
So there we have, I think all three birdied I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Two of them birdied the last hole, Om Prakash Chauhan and Saptak Talwar. Om Prakash at 10 under for the championship and Saptak Talwar at 9. Brilliant round of 68 by Om Prakash Chauhan from Mao. Here's the final group of the day.
Looks like less than a drive off the tee for Aryan because he's left himself with a longish wedge shot, because we've seen a lot of people come very close to the green.
Quite close.
Yeah. And Aryan is actually one of the longer hitters, so probably.
I think the position that he's in, he doesn't want to make any mistakes after what he did on hole number 11. He's been scraping through, but still has been holding his own. He wants to minimize his mistakes like we spoke about earlier.
Manish with his approach on number 18.
Now, there you go. Now, the brilliant shot by our tournament leader, Manish Thakran, without wasting any time.
And he's been really good at this downhill left to right as today.
He saved a brilliant par 5 on the 13th as well, just a while ago. The last in the group, N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. That's the problem. You got to. You come face to face with when you hit it too close to the green, especially when the wind is down.
And he's coming from the right side also, so he's got very little green to work with.
So this could be another. Could be a change at the scores here as well, with Manish Thakran sitting quite close for a birdie.
Yeah,
I'm surprised Aryan has left himself short of the hole. Coming in from a little behind them, I thought he would be more aggressive with his approach shot.
He's missed it right also, so generally your right has come up short.
Be rest assured, we are looking ahead to a very fantastic duel tomorrow. with a close bunch up. It's anybody's tournament from -7 upwards. Everybody's within striking distance.
I think
Anybody who goes low, goes in the low 60s, can walk away with that trophy.
I think with Manish, if he gets it to 13 under, see, this I said 12. We predicted it 12 or 13, right? So 15 or 16 under would be probably the winning score after tomorrow. So Manish has a very makeable putt, take him to 13.
Well, even Aryan has a decent uphill chip coming up as well, Amit.
Yeah, but that grass, that thick leaf grass that they have in just off the in the rough, it's not a grass you'd be confident about the quality of strike you're going to get or distance thrown.
That's an unforced error by Aryan. It could be a possible two-shot swing here on the last hole on day 3. Look at those hands. Doesn't make a mistake. And Tanga Raja, that beautiful touch, without wasting any time, taps it in for a 4. Hasn't had a good day. This is 3 over for the day, and 7 under for the championship. Started at 10 under, was tied for the lead.
I think that was it's a very crucial part as far as it's going to give Manish a little bit of a buffer if Aryan misses this.
It just gives him more breathing space, definitely.
Nice aerial view of the practice putting green. You can see some of the golfers who haven't had a good putting day working on their putting. Probably thought he'd had this length left for birdie.
He needs to hold this to be.
That was an unforced error. It's just not very many people have bogeyed the 18th. Probably he's the only bogey in the last 4-5 groups. Nish, this is to put a little bit of daylight between him and the rest of the field. They should. Probably the first small putt we've seen Manish miss today. So yeah, it's
That was a narrow miss. What could have been a 2-shot swing is reduced to 1. That would have definitely given him a little more breathing space going into the last round.
yeah, I think he's just over at that.
Right, we are with PGTI Order of Merit leader Om Prakash Chauhan from Mau, and he's in contention once again with a round of 400 today, 468. He's right up there, just 2 shots off the lead at the moment. ओम प्रकाश, आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे, आज बहुत अच्छा राउंड रहा, आप अभी भी कंटेंशन में हैं, एक टाइटल जीत चुके हैं, ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट लीड कर रहे हैं, आज के राउंड को कैसे देखेंगे?
मैं आज के राउंड को बहुत ही अलग तरीके से देखूँगा क्योंकि ये राउंड मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट था। सो आज मैंने हिटिंग बहुत अच्छी करी है, बट थोड़े से पटे जो मिस करे, तो थोड़ा सा वो था कि पटिंग पे थोड़ा कल और ज़्यादा ध्यान देना है।
एक और बड़ी अहम बात कि टॉप 6 खिलाड़ी जो अभी हैं उनमें से ओम प्रकाश एकमात्र ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो टाइटल जीते हुए हैं, तो क्या आपको लगता है आपका अनुभव कल आपको काम आएगा?
हाँ, वो आएगा थोड़ा अनुभव, क्योंकि एक टाइटल जीतने के बाद जो कॉन्फिडेंस है उसकी बात अलग है, और जो फ्रेंड्स है वो सब जो ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो उसके लिए वो चीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा काम आएगी।
Another very interesting little snippet. Om Prakash has been a runner-up here. He's not won as of now. He lost out to K Prabhakaran in the playoff back in 2014. Om Prakash, उसकी कुछ यादें हैं?
उसकी यादें तो बहुत सारी है, क्योंकि जो लास्ट टाइम मैं गलती करके बैठा था फाइनल राउंड में, वही आज मैंने रिपीट कर चुका हूँ। सो मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि कल वो चीज़ें रिपीट ना हो।
Thank you. It's back to the studio.
This concludes our live telecast of the third round of the Coimbatore Open, brought to us by KGiSL. It's been a very interesting day's play. Manish, who got off to a slow start, and Aryan, who got off to a fast start. But golf is a funny game. It's Manish who's 2 shots ahead now with after day three's play. He's holds the sole lead at 12 under.
The highlights are coming up now for the day. Thank you very much for watching. It's goodbye from the studios here at ABP in Noida.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.